thinking, I want you to be happier. I want you to be happier. Even though I might not like this, I think that you'll be happier. I want you to be happier. But only for a minute. I want to change my mind, 'cause it just don't feel right to me. I wanna rise the spirits. I want to see your smile, but no, that feels so hard to me. No, that feels so hard to leave. Lately, I've been thinking, I want you to be happier. I want you to be happier. So
Our choices shape the market, our society, and our quality of life. That's why Euroconsumers helps millions of people in their daily choices, providing simple solutions to complex problems. Euroconsumers is a cluster of organizations, a network of people, a group established to protect consumer rights and well-being that brings consumers and companies together in transparent relationships of trust that respect their independence. Our deep understanding of products and consumption gives consumers a credible expert voice worldwide. We bridge the gap between buyers and manufacturers, between supply and demand. And in this digital age, we create opportunities for all parties to come together in constructive dialogue, partnering to build a future of better products and services. Euroconsumers has the power of a global group that believes humanity can develop, grow, and change for the better, and that we can promote this by uniting millions of consumers in strength and speaking responsibly for them, while simultaneously engaging in relationships of trust with responsible, sustainable companies.
A warm welcome and glad to have you back, ladies and gentlemen. Glad to see that the room is filling up again. And of course, a warm welcome to the many participants who are still joining us through live stream. Now, we have quite some meat on our plates for this afternoon. We have still quite some ground to cover before we will finish in a plenary session where we want to discuss the future of the European market and its competition conditions. So let's hit the ground running, shall we? And I'd like to start by presenting the third and the last macro category of our BEXT Awards for this year. I am talking about reliability here, and I feel tempted to call the support of our comics superheroes to introduce the shortlist and the winners. Congratulations to all the winners who are true superheroes in reliable products. I have good hopes that we have Christina Papis from Sony with us here today. So if she's in the room, may I invite her to come forward and accept the Bext Award. Do we have Christina from Sony with us? If we do not, then I'd like to introduce you to our own superheroes. Now that we're all in, say, this superhero mood, I'd like to draw your attention to our very own Euroconsumers superheroes. So at Euroconsumers, we just had a contest, an HR contest, organized by our internal communications and employer branding department under the hashtag Unleash Your Superpower. So our employees were invited, if not challenged, to share their stories, to share their creations, so their movies, their pictures, their songs, their content, that are testament of their own superpowers to support consumers. So are there consumer advocates who are embracing a consumer-centric approach? Or rather, are they agility champions who are agile as water to adapt to fast-paced environments with flexibility and with resilience? Or finally, are they collaboration activators, leveraging the diverse talents that we have across borders and across countries? So this was, I would say, a very interesting HR contest, Unleash Your Superpower. Glad to add that we do have winners, and to help me in unleashing the superpowers of our Euroconsumer heroes, I call to the stage our Director of Public Affairs and Media, Marco Pierani. Welcome, Marco. I can barely wait to see who has won our Euroconsumers Unleash Your Superpower Awards. May you please announce the bronze medal or the third position?
I call on stage Jedija. From our Belgian organization, Test and Cop. So Jedija, it's a big pleasure. Yeah, we have more than 1,000 employees in the different countries, so it's a big responsibility. A third position. Congratulations.
And Jedija has composed a beautiful song for our contest. Now, wait a minute, and you may want to give her the mic.
Sorry.
Wait, you are the Never Tear Us Apart lady. No
Yes.
one will not ever tear us apart.
Yes.
I was almost going to say, I need you now, but I could get cancelled for that.
Whoa, you've done your research.
I've done my research. Could I entice you into singing the very song that gave you the third position?
Oh, no.
No?
No, not now.
Could they entice you into singing that song?
Totally not.
No. Okay.
No.
No.
If you can show it, you can, but...
We'll share it later.
Okay.
Do stay with us for one more minute, because we also have another song that was sent in and that received the second prize. So who came up in second position?
I call on stage Roberto. We need to make a picture, probably.
Roberto Lupi, for your information, has also submitted a song with beautiful images.
Maybe Roberto want to sing.
Roberto, do you want to sing the song?
No, I would say no.
If neither of you chooses to, well, is there any chance that this room can cheer you into singing the song?
If you show it, they can sing. There are also the lyrics displayed.
Fair enough. Well, if neither of you choose to sing, I would kindly invite you to take a seat.
I was scared that you asked me to sing.
I kindly invite you to take a seat, because we're about to, say, release or disclose the winner of this HR contest on Unleash Your Superpower. And without further ado, the first prize winner of our HR contest is the author of this video.
Once upon a time, an unlikely hero landed at Euroconsumers. Although he didn't know it, he was about to change the organization forever. He unleashed his superpowers and prepared for the greatest mission of his life. Make Euroconsumers' team work together for results.
Antonio, can you see this?
Yes, I've been waiting for this moment.
That's exactly what we need.
That's a real collaboration activator. This type of behavior will make Euroconsumers the best consumers organization in the world.
Together we will empower people and improve the market. Who's joining me?
That was absolutely fabulous, and I think the movie itself already kind of reveals it, but still, ladies and gentlemen, may I have a truly seismic applause for our collaborator activator. Our collaborator activator. Just captured by Robin and Batman, Pedro Correa, ladies and gentlemen. Now, with his superpowers, this guy has not only, say, destroyed the silos of our organization, integrating all departments and employees, but also successfully conciliated DC Comics and Marvel, something that has never been accomplished before. So Pedro, do tell us, how do you feel at this moment?
Now I'm even better now with this. I don't know exactly what it is because I can't see, but I think it's nice.
You're dressed as Hajam, I understand.
Yes. I feel very good. I'm very glad to win this and to present you this video. And also I have to thank my wife because she was the real push to me to make the contest.
You're saying she is your true superpower?
Of course, yes, because I told that. when I told her about the contest, she told me, "What? A trip to Ghent, and you are not participating? Go do that immediately." And that's the reason I'm here. Yes, she, and also Antonio and João, because I use them. So I think that was the real differentiator effect. Yeah. Yeah. No, we have to talk. Yes, I have that thing for you. Yeah.
What a wonderful performance, gentlemen! Take this guy away. Well, congratulations to all prize winners and to Batman and Robin for a wonderful performance. Now, I would like to introduce the next two thematic breakout sessions and the next two content verticals, because we're going to split rooms again. So here in the reading room, we will discuss how artificial intelligence is redefining consumer power and how it can also inspire the next generation. And I can count on the generous support of Marco Cialdoni, our head of litigation and academic outreach, to moderate and coordinate that session. Downstairs again, in our beautiful rotunda, we will host a session on consumers and market empowerment for a sustainable future. And it will be Luisa Crisi Giovanni, our EU grants program manager and consumer policy expert, that will explore with her panel members whether we are ready to embrace and to implement the different European initiatives to improve product repairability. So we're going to do, again, a little bit of chair shuffling. Those of you who want to attend the session downstairs, I invite you to mobilize there. We will start those thematic breakout sessions sharp in 10 minutes from now, so you do know the drill. Do you want to learn more about AI? Please stay in the reading room. If you want to go to the rotunda to attend the session on sustainability, I suggest that you start moving.
Sit and wait. There's an angel. Contemplate my fate. And do they know the places where we go when we're gray and old? 'Cause I have been told that salvation lets our wings unfold. So when I'm lying in my bed, thoughts running through my head, and I feel the love is dead, I'm loving angels instead. And through it all, she offers me protection, a lot of love and affection, whether I'm right or wrong. And down the waterfall, wherever it may take me, I know that life won't break me. When I come to call, she won't instead.
Okay, I think we can start. Yeah. I mean, after Batman and Robin, it's really a hard job for me. I don't know if I need to jump on the stage or doing something crazy, but I think that talking about artificial intelligence may be crazy enough also. And thanks for being here and for choosing this panel. And I mean, you all know that artificial intelligence is playing a pivotal role in our life. So what we are going to do today is using a tool that we have been elaborating since a couple of years inside the Consumer Empowerment Project. For those of you who are not familiar with this name, it's a project that we started together with Google in 2022, and it's a kind of multi-stakeholder platform for dialogue. One of the projects inside this initiative is the Consumer Digital Empowerment Index, which is a scientific tool to measure the level of empowerment of consumers through digital tools in 10 European countries. So what we're going to see in a moment is the results of the index for 2024. But this year, just because there is this huge attention related to artificial intelligence, we created a specific focus on artificial intelligence and how artificial intelligence can empower consumers. So without any further ado, I would like to give the floor to my colleague Marco Anelli, the head of statistical department of Euroconsumers, to present the outcomes of the Consumer Digital Empowerment Index for 2024. Marco, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Marco. Does it work? Yeah. Okay. Thank you. So we have slides. Okay. So this is me. But for start, I would like also to thank Lucia Napoli, who is the researcher who transformed all the data that we collected in the survey into clear and actionable insights. So let's start from the Consumer Digital Empowerment Index. We know that digital services are more and more part of our life. 3 consumers out of 4 consider that in 10 years from now, our life will be mainly digital. And so we wanted to create a tool that allows to quantify and to draw insights on how digital services impact and empower consumers in our daily life, mainly focusing on the awareness of consumers and on the usage that they do, by also accessing basically how much they are empowered. Let's quickly see the methodology, because we wanted to have a solid approach for doing this. So we created the study in 2 phases. The first one was developing the index, and we did it by identifying which digital services are more important, more empowering consumers, through a Delphi procedure that I will speak you later what it means, involving some experts in the field. And then we went on the field, because of course experts can tell you what is the most important things, but it's consumers in the end that we want to listen to. And then we see through a representative sample of internet users what they think. So the Delphi procedure is a method, is a structured method for basically allowing a group of experts to arrive to a consensus on a research question. And the reason why we did it is that whenever creating an index, there is always a certain subjectivity in creating it, in choosing the indicators, in the importance, and so on. So we wanted to minimize this subjectivity in a way that it was most built by the experts themselves. So there were different iterations. First, we needed to identify which were the areas of consumptions which are more relevant to consumers. Then we needed to identify which services to include inside each of consumption area. And then through a 4th round, we were even defining which were the weight to be given to each digital service and to each consumption areas in order to build the final index. So we had a panel of 21 experts ranging in 9 different countries with different expertise, ranging from consumer protection to sustainability to digital expertise. And we did, as I told you, 5 rounds for developing the index and 1 more for evaluating the impact of services on sustainability. So the 10 consumption areas that were identified and included in the index are this one, and they range from government and public administration to product buying, home and domestic energy, and so on. So, and each area was assessed through the 4 digital services that empower consumers the most. So we have 10 consumption areas, 4 digital services, so in total 40 digital services that we analyzed. So, and the index scoring is based on a combination of usage and of awareness, and evaluation. So for people, for each of those 40 digital services, we ask whether people used it in the last of 2 years. And if yes, we ask for an evaluation. If not, we ask why they didn't do it. So if they did it, if they used it, then we ask for the usefulness, for how much easy it was to use it, and to what extent they prefer digital services to the corresponding offline version. If on the contrary they didn't use it but they knew it existed, it means that the service was probably not attractive to them. So we gave a low evaluation, the minimum evaluation for usefulness and preferences, and 0 to the usability criteria. On the other side, if they didn't even know that it was available, the services, then we consider that the service failed in empowering consumers, and we assigned a 0. By doing like this, we have different layers of scores. First of all, at the level of the digital service, then at the level of consumption area by using the weighted average of the scores of its digital service, and the overall index score that gives an overall evaluation about the country considering the empowerment of consumers from digital services. So this is just to tell you that there is quite some math behind, don't worry, I will not go through it, that there is quite some math behind the calculation of the index, but okay. So after, as I was telling, after creating this index, then we went on field, and we did it in 2022 the first time, and we are repeating it every year on a representative sample of the internet users in 10 European countries. So let's have a look to the results. So first of all, digital services are widely used. So more than half of the respondents use at least 20 digital services of the 40 study. So indeed, it's something real and already used a lot. And the large majority of them find it useful, easy to use, and prefer to the corresponding option. So let's see that the most useful, the one that are considered most useful is the bank accounts online and booking long-distance trips online, while the most easy to use is the messaging tools, and the most preferred to the offline alternatives are peer-to-peer payments. So overall, the areas of consumption which are more empowering are the community and communication, the money in the investment, and the product buying. From the other side of the ranking, the ones that are less empowering are mobility and tourism, home and domestic energy, and education and training. And what is striking is that the last two, home and domestic energy and education and training, in the evaluation of the expert were considered as as the most important for consumer empowerment. So there is quite some work to do. So since we are doing the survey already on the 3rd year, we can already start to see what is the evolution. Of course, the results are quite stable, which is good. I mean, because of course, from one year to the other, you cannot find big differences. But you see that, for instance, for the health, well-being, and sport, there is quite a constant increase, even if small, and the same also for mobility and tourism. Just to give you an idea, the services, the specific services which got the highest increase in the index from last year to this one is getting medicine prescription online, which is something which is becoming and pushed by certain health system, and also using platform for booking rides. When we look to the reason why people do not use digital services, we find that the most important ones are the lack of awareness and the lack of trust. So for the lack of awareness, that happens, for instance, in some topics which are quite important nowadays, which is, for instance, having to do with the energy consumption and with the fact-checking of news. From the other side, the lack of trust in the provider mainly has to do, of course, I would rather say, with money, so open banking, managing bank accounts, and peer-to-peer payment, but also with social media. Then we also did a fifth Delphi round on the sustainability, let's say. In this case, we only asked it to the experts. The idea was to find a kind of, how to say, a short indicator, easy indicator for each of the services, whether it has a negative or a positive impact on sustainability. And we see that basically almost all of them, they were considered by the experts that were involved in the study as either positive or very positive or slightly positive, with some negative aspects related to the increase of possible challenges related to the increase of energy utilization, to the overconsumption, and to the big quantity that has to do with data transfer and storage. So let's now come on the focus of AI, which also will be the topic of this panel. So there we made a link with the indexes. So we try to see what is the perception of consumers towards the presence of artificial intelligence in the 10 consumption areas that we studied also in the index. And there we see that I would rather say, of course, information and media and shopping, they are on the top of this perception list, while home and domestic energy, again, and government and public administration, they rank low. Then about the usage of generative AI tools. So large part of the sample is aware of Gen AI tools. Only 13% never heard about them, and 44% already use it at least once. Of course, some of them, they only tried for a curiosity, but we see that, okay, using from time to time is 21%, using them frequently or even every day, so summing them up is 10%. When going to look who is more or less using it, of course, here we find a bit the digital divide. So males under 25, highly educated, they are the one who use it more. From the other side, elderly people not, but over 66, low educated, they use it less. And why they use it? So in the most important categories are creativity and content creation, and by that we don't always mean creating options of art, but even writing an email or making a presentation. Maybe I should have done it as well here. So then we have consultation and learning, so looking for information on the internet, also creating tools for learning things for the school. Then we have language and translation, 54%. Entertainment, coding means programming support, like for instance understanding coding or explaining or doing even programmation, health consultation, managing tasks, and other things. So the big part of it, once again, is creativity and content creation, consultation and learning, and languages and translation. Are people satisfied with the results that they get from generative AI? In general, I would say yes. So the ones that they say that the AI tools do not provide accurate results, they are 10%. Then there is 1/3 that more or less doesn't express themselves, and 60% to a different extent, of course. Only 14% completely agree with the sentence, but they are overall satisfied. So this means that they know that, of course, generative AI is not perfect, that you cannot trust it 100%, but overall they are satisfied. The main barriers to the utilization of using generative AI tools is, first of all, that they don't feel skilled in order to do that. And that is something important that we need to tackle. Then there are some people, 1/4 about, they are against technologies replacing humans, or they think even it is dangerous. Some people who don't trust the information that it is not provided, so they don't even touch it. Privacy reason is also a concern for 1/5 of the respondents. And okay, I don't find them useful, or I'm afraid that my question could be used for commercially profiling me. So this is a bit the tool. Again, on the skill gap, because indeed this is quite important. So 33% do not feel capable of using AI. And within those who feel capable, there are some differences. Again, depending on the age and on the gender. So the group which feel more skilled is the one of males under 24, for which the percentage of those who feel capable is 61%. The ones that are less, they are females over 66 and not professionally active, where only 12% of people feel skilled. So this is something that should be tackled as a point. Then we have another important point which should be tackled, which is the one of trust. So only 31% of respondents trust companies that use AI and that they do it in a fair and responsible manner. But also for public authorities, it's only 35% that trust to exert an effective control on the organization that use AI. So I would say that the two most important messages coming from the surveys are the level of trust and the low skill of the users. Then we asked also about what are the potential, or what people think about the potential impact on society. So we asked to answer whether they agree or not with the following statements. So AI will contribute to make the world more sustainable. 34% agree with it. AI will contribute to increase substantially human life expectancy by improving diagnostic tests or even treatments. That's 38%. From the other side, a big portion, more than half of them, think that AI will bring more unemployment than new jobs. And also 66%, this means 2 people out of 3, they are concerned about the possible impact of AI on manipulating the public opinion. Continuing on the concern side, 59% is concerned about risk for cybersecurity, 57% about privacy issue, and 25% about the fact that AI could generate unfair discrimination related to gender, related to race, related to political opinion, and so on and so far. So this was it. I invite you to visit the website, which is online with the updated data. There you can find a lot of information also on the index. You can compare between consumption area, within services, between countries. So that's something really to interact and to play with. And that's it. So I leave you.
Thank you. Thanks, Marco. I think it's absolutely a massive work. And I would like to start from the data. And I'd like to involve Christina Stamp, Head of Unit Media Convergence and Social Media at European Commission, DG Connect, because I was impressed by one of the data, so the high perception that the consumer has on the presence of AI in information and media. And this is a highly debate around the role of artificial intelligence, both in terms of generating misinformation, disinformation, but also on the other side as a tool for combating the misinformation or the disinformation generated by AI. Looking back at the beginning of this century, when a lot of copyright issues raised, there was the sentence of the answer to the machine should be in the machine. So maybe we could ask to ourselves if the answer to the manipulated content generated AI should be in the AI itself. I'd like to hear from you on this topic, and also commenting on the data if you saw something that is interesting.
Yes, thank you very much, and thanks a lot for having me. These are indeed very inspiring figures. I think a lot can be drawn from it, and indeed the first figure that struck me is really this high perception of the presence of AI in information and media, and it is absolutely true. AI is changing massively the media landscape. Actually, it has become almost as easy to order a fully AI-generated news website than to order dinner with Uber Eats. You can, for around $100, basically, you can ask a web developer to develop a website for you that generates thousands of news articles a day according to some keywords that you want to select. And of course, this can be about information and disinformation. So this is really a big change. Also, when looking at elections, we have seen that this technology can be very much used. For example, in the form of deepfakes, we have seen it in the Moldovan elections, also manipulated sound recordings, like, for example, in Slovakia. And I think also today we are seeing that the landscape is very much changing. I mean, from the figures, it seems that consumers seem to be aware of that to some extent, because indeed around 22% sees generative AI tools as dangerous technology. And I mean, this is certainly there as a possibility how to use them. And also I saw the figure that 65% are concerned about the impact of AI in manipulating public opinion. So I think it is a good thing that people are aware. And I mean, this threat is there. And we can see it already used in some elections. In the European Parliament elections, we have not seen it so much. It was more old school, this information that has been used, but we cannot be fool ourselves that this will not be used. Let me then bring us maybe to how this could be used as a tool, or to the more bright side of the pictures, because, I mean, it is like with every tool. It can be used by malicious actors, but we can also be used for the good. Just a few examples for this. When it comes to those who are fighting disinformation, it can be very much used, for example, to debunk fake news, for example, to debunk videos that have been manipulated, pictures that have been manipulated. It can be also making fact-checking much more at scale, not needing to look at each and every video to detect the same content in all languages. So I think this is very much there. Let's also not forget about the capacity that this type of technology can give to researchers. For example, investigative journalism using data science. So I think all this is already there. And when it comes to consumers, indeed, it was also the skills gap that has brought my attention, that basically, indeed, only that 56% basically never heard of or have never used generative AI. So we can see it in this as a concern, but we can also see that there is room for improvement. So actually, if people start using it and discovering it, I think they will be also more able to use it well and to use it to their advantage. Because I think also the figure regarding trusting the accuracy of generative AI, 20% say they don't trust it. A high percentage says they trust it. And both are right, because sometimes it's wrong, sometimes it's right. It's just, I think, very important to approach it with caution, to be aware that this technology can provide good and wrong answers. And of course, representing the European Commission, I have also closer these that we have, in particular in view of that, put several instruments in place that can mitigate these risks, notably the Digital Services Act, the AI Act, election guidelines. So I think we have legal instruments at place to mitigate this risk, but of course the consumer awareness and I believe also the educational media literacy angle is very important, and I understand we will get to that in a moment.
No, thanks, Christina. And on this, I mean, the whole motto, don't trust, verify, I think it's something that is fully applicable also to generative AI. So not every outcome that comes from systems is something that you need to trust. It's always that you need to verify the information, to check other sources of information. And in this way, you can reach a better result. Another data that is interesting in the survey is about regulation. And maybe on this, I would like to involve Sain Yazici, also from the European Commission, Legal and Policy Officer, Consumer Law Enforcement and Redress, DG Justice. I must say that he was so kind to join very last minute because Egelin Brown was supposed to be here, but Egelin was appointed in the cabinet of Commissioner McGrath. So I congratulate with her in private. I do hear from the stage of the Euroconsumers Forum, and Sain was so kind to join very last minute. So thanks for that. And talking about regulation, the European Union adopted this year the AI Act. but we became familiar very recently with this tremendous study on the fitness check on digital fairness. So the assessment of how much the current regulation fits with AI and if there is any gap that we need to close in the regulation. So I would like to ask you, also having in mind this study, what are the main outcomes from the fitness checks regarding the impact of AI on consumers' rights?
Oh, thank you very much. Is it on?
Yeah,
can you hear me?
It works.
Okay, thank you. Well, first of all, sorry to disappoint those who were looking forward to see Egelin. She's indeed moved on to the cabinet. And as you know, she was indeed the mastermind behind the digital fitness check. So this was an evaluation that was launched back in 2022, where the Commission basically looked at 3 core directives of consumer law to evaluate whether those directives are still fit to ensure a high level of consumer protection in the digital age. And those 3 directives are, of course, the Unfair Commercial Practices Directive, the Consumers' Rights Directive, and the Unfair Contract Terms Directive. Now, to make that evaluation, the Commission services basically used the same criteria as we use in the better regulation guidelines, which are, just to repeat, effectiveness, how effective is the act to achieve its goal, efficiency, cost-benefit, efficiency, relevance of the act to deal with current and emerging issues, coherence, both internal and external, within the EU and member states, and lastly, the added value of the legal act in terms of, do we need this act at EU level on top of what is already possible on national level? So those were the 5 criteria used for the check, and the results were indeed published on October 3rd. And I would say the general conclusion is that these 3 directives and the rules therein are still indeed effective and efficient to achieve the general goal of a high level of consumer protection within the European Union. However, the evaluation also found some specific, potentially harmful practices and trends that might not be entirely regulated or clearly regulated in the current directives. And specifically for AI, because AI was, of course, just one aspect of the many things evaluated, for AI, the general conclusion applies. So in general, the rules are, for the moment, effective and efficient, but there are specific potential practices and issues with AI for which we need to think further. And specifically for that, the evaluation report looked at AI chatbots, which is of course very popular now among consumers. And specifically for AI chatbots, the evaluation looked at 2 potential issues. First of all, one of the things that we see for AI chatbots is that their use by default by traders and as an exclusive means to contact the trader. So you can see this on quite some websites nowadays. If you want to contact the trader, you have to use these AI chatbots, and that's the only way you can contact, basically, have any kind of contact with the trader. And that was highlighted by the evaluation as something that can potentially impact the effectiveness of our existing rules. And there was a survey as part of this check, and there 44% of the consumers actually said that they found themselves recently in a situation where they wanted to have contact with the trader, but the only way to have contact was the AI chatbots. So that's one thing. And specifically there, in terms of regulation, we don't have a horizontal rule in consumer law saying that a consumer needs to have the right for a human interlocutor. We have specific rules For example, now in the digital marketing of financial services, there we have a specific provision where they say that consumers have the right to have a human interlocutor for financial services, and something similar exists in the Consumer Credit Directive. So that's one issue. A second issue that we also saw with AI chatbots is how do we apply the current rules when basically the trader is represented by the AI chatbot, or where the service provided by the trader is basically in that AI chatbot. And one example are search engines for product and service recommendations. You have them now online, they exist. You use the AI chatbot to ask, for example, what product or what service should I buy, what can you recommend? And the AI chatbot, of course, generates a reply based on all the resources and data it can has access to. And there's a question of transparency regarding paid or paid promotions that you can find within the AI-generated content. So when the AI chatbot creates a reply saying, these are potentially, things that I can recommend which suit your needs, it is possible that in those replies you have paid content for which, third-party traders pay the service provider to be included in the reply. And there, of course, you have existing rules for search engines where we say that if you have paid content, paid search results, you have to be transparent about that, you have to indicate that, label that. But the situation is less clear when such promotional material just slips into the AI-generated content without there being a specific, line with the third party. So those are two aspects. Looking forward, as everyone might have seen, the mission letter of the Commissioner states that there will be a Digital Fairness Act prepared by him during this mandate, working on different aspects based on the results of this fitness check. We will have to see what kind of form and what the form of this Digital Fairness Act will be. The mission letter doesn't say that it has to be a specific legislation or a type of legislation. So we'll see with the consultations which start. Thank you.
Yeah, I think Christina wants to say one thing.
Indeed, just one very quick thing, because indeed the chatbots were mentioned, and I also mentioned the results. So just to give you one practical result of the legislative framework that is already there, that the Commission has sent requests for information during the European parliamentary elections, as indeed reports have pointed to wrong answers given to election-related queries through chatbots, which can be a very big concern because this may have very much impact the electors' behaviors. And based on that, several of these chatbots have discontinued to provide election-related results. Of course, then we have very specific recommendations how to mitigate these risks, but I just wanted to already point to the fact that indeed, regarding very specific concerns, the legislative framework is already bringing some risks, but some tangible benefits, but of course, more needs to be done.
Yeah. No, I mean, on the misleading information generated by chatbots, let me quote an investigation that we ran 1 year ago. It was about the results generated by Bing Chat when it was initially integrated inside Bing. We ran this test to see what were the outcomes if you ask, for example, which is the best vacuum cleaner suggested by Testa Shah. And it was impressive because it generated several suggestions for consumers, also with links, which were basically fake links, but you had the perception that were real. And so the average consumer would have attributed that suggestion to Testa Shah, for example, but there was no reference to that. And in that specific case, I mean, there was also a problem of look and feel of the presentation of the consumer, because at that time, the interface was presented with 3 different options. So you can choose something that was called more precise, normal, and creative. So it is expected that if you choose more precise, you receive an information which is accurate. Instead, more precise in that case was more referred to the language. And so you can see that you can generate misleading information, maybe not on purpose, but mostly because the interface, the way it is presented to consumers. So again, and I really agree with the analysis of the fitness check, the Unfair Commercial Practice Directive offers the instruments, the tools to fight this kind of behaviors. So a misleading layout of a site, a misleading information generated by this kind of interface, what we call dark patterns, for example, which are also in the DSA. So it's important also in the assessment that has been done by the Commission, evaluating the tools that we are at our disposal, and if these tools are, like they are in most of the cases, future-proof, so they can be fully applied also to the world of generative AI. And talking about trust and talking about industry, I would like to involve, we have two representatives of the industry side. We saw from the data that you need to do a lot of work about the consumers' trust, because the trust is one of the elements that emerge from the data. So I would like to involve Konstantin Gisler, Director General of that Europe. So from your perspective, we saw how AI, generative AI, can empower consumers. So how we can ensure that we maintain trust and safety with these innovations for consumers? How we can gain the trust of the consumers?
Yeah, thanks a lot. And also, it's been an honor being here. It's been a really exciting show so far, just before our panel. So I think that, I mean, looking a little bit also at the bright side of it, let's give a few positive examples, since we also have empowerment on the title here. I think that there are already a lot of services out there that really help consumers, also some that are currently being tested, which are, in my view, really exciting. When you look at, a lot of times I think the AI is in the background, so we might not even perceive them. I found it quite interesting. We got to see actually some of the raw data of the study before, tons of Excel files with different tabs. It was a little hard to read, but it was quite interesting. And when I looked at some of the figures, that in some countries the perception of AI being there in services is completely different from other countries. I was surprised that, for example, I think it was Sweden, but please correct me if you know it by heart, which had a relatively low perception of AI being around, despite being a country that I would have said is rather quick on the adoption and is relatively ready for these technologies. So maybe that also points to that there's a streamlining happening here. People are getting more comfortable. They know that the technology is around. They no longer perceive it as something exotic or so. Of course, at the moment, AI, the label is also attached to a lot of things. It's a marketing term also. We've had algorithms for a long time. We now have really exciting use cases that everyone is talking about. But I think the interesting bit for consumers is also what's happening in the background. If you're on an online marketplace, if you're doing your banking, there's a fraud detection in the background, you will not know that there is actually a really clever algorithm making sure that you are safe there. You don't perceive that, you don't interact with it. Now, we're getting also to a point, of course, where the interaction is becoming more. What I've seen in the last couple of weeks, really interesting, one of our members actually has an AI tool now that does dubbing for videos, but like does it to a point where it actually adapts the movement of your mouth and actually gets the same intonation. So that opens, of course, there's risks with that, of course, too. But there's also so much exciting possibilities. There's Southern American cooking videos that before maybe I would have not watched. But now all of a sudden I can watch them in German or in English if I want to, and I get the same tone of the speaker. So it actually really travels well, which means both for the creators and for the audience, it opens up an exciting new world there. Of course, that also has an accessibility point. Many people who are less fortunate, who have certain disabilities, may benefit from these technologies. Being deaf, being blind, there's so much that you can do nowadays with AI. I mean, I've seen an example where now with these smart glasses, you just put a product in front of you and you ask the device, What are the ingredients? Is there anything I'm allergic against? This is currently being tested, but this is going to come. And I think in a couple of years, it might look very anachronistic to us if people in the supermarket look at the back of the product and try to decipher this small language here and some really, really hard to read stuff. And they just ask, is there anything in there that is not vegan, that I'm allergic against or so? So I think there's a lot of possibilities. Now, coming back to the original question, of course, when we look also at the figures, companies still have to do a lot around informing consumers. I think the first point, of course, is transparency. Whenever you directly interact with AI, you need to be aware of it, and that's also now in the rules. You should have at least a basic knowledge for using it about how do the results that I get to see come about. As a consumer, you have a right to that. You have a right to that under several EU legislations in the consumer space, in the DSA already. So the main criteria need to be there. If I am on, I don't know, a social network and I get to see a video and then I get to see another video, I should be able to find out somewhere at a basic level, how does this come about? And I think creating that trust is really important also for the companies themselves because they want these technologies to be adopted. And so I think there's also now with the AI Act, I've already mentioned it, there is now legislation also that forces companies, in my view, in a principles-based approach that balances safety and innovation. I think this is really important that we have a framework that allows for innovation, but whenever something is riskier, you have slightly stricter rules. And I think the Act is getting in the right direction there, and let's see a little bit how that plays out the next couple of years. But I think companies are increasingly aware of that in order to have the technologies being used, they need to create that trust, yes, of course.
No, thanks, Konstantin. And I mean, I would like to involve Sebastian Esposito, Public Affairs Manager at Google, because we heard from Konstantin the potential of AI in transforming the consumer experience in many, many sectors. So I was thinking how we can capitalize on that, so how we can really empower consumers through these new tools that they will be in the everyday life of consumers. Like it or not, is something that is going to happen. So how we can help consumers to be more empowered and how we can capitalize on that.
Absolutely. No, that's a great question, Marco, and thank you for having me here with such a great panel and a great room. It's great to see people from so many sectors here discussing and sharing ideas, because actually I think the only way we can fully harness the potential of AI is building it responsibly and building it together. Initiatives like the index that give a voice and numbers about what consumers think and experience about AI are really important to inform those multi-stakeholder discussions in a robust way with robust information. So this initiative is in itself a very good step in the right direction, I think. Well, the potential of AI from the extraordinary to the everyday, it's huge, you know. I was seeing the slides and one mentioned life expectancy, right? And there are so many incredible things happening in the field of health. For example, at Google, we have this example of AlphaFold. It's a project by Google DeepMind that, in fact, just won the Nobel Prize. That is basically a protein folding tool, right? Proteins are like the building blocks of life, so understanding how they fold, how they turn, it's essential to develop new drugs, new treatments, and so on and so forth. But doing that, I mean, old school, if you may, could take years, a lot of money. So Google DeepMind put AI at the service of trying to identify how we could speed up that, you know, protein folding understanding. And within 1 year, we managed to map more than 100 million proteins, and now that tool, AlphaFold, is available for more than 2 million scientists in 190 countries for them to research on new drugs, new treatments, new vaccines. So on that side, the extraordinary is very extraordinary, if you may. But at the same time, I really like the everyday stories of AI, because, you know, AI is not new. And oh, great.
Yeah, some smoke is not. Yeah. It's not AI generated. It's real smoke.
Absolutely, it's real. AI is not new. I mean, Google has been an AI first company for ages, so we've used it for detecting spam on Gmail, maps, people from going to one place to the other, or even my personal favorite tool, which is Google Translate. You know, myself being a person that lives in a country that I'm not the native speaker of that language, I have to admit that I find myself using it more than I should at this stage. But anyway. But these things won't happen on their own. First of all, you have to develop the right regulatory framework for that. You know, Mario Draghi has been very clear in his report in terms of how sometimes regulatory barriers may hinder innovation or growth. And technology needs to be developed, again, ethically, responsibly, but balancing the impulse for innovation and while mitigating those risks, because sometimes regulatory complexity can complicate developing products, launching products, or even using products, which at the end of the day may mean that consumers cannot access some tools that could be really helpful in their everyday lives. So developing that regulatory framework is important, avoiding contradictions and duplications, and also at the same time doing an assessment of the impact of existing and new laws on consumers. But of course, it's not just a matter of regulation. We need to invest on research and development, infrastructure, and in empowering people to be able to use those technologies. You know, it's very important to understand the extent to which skilling is so crucial. You know, we had 33% of the surveyed consumers saying that they don't have the skills they think they need to use AI. And again, there's no company, consumer association, government that can do that on their own. Again, we need to work together on this. Governments should be leveraging public-private initiatives on AI skilling to, you know, create opportunities for people to learn about AI, particularly focusing on underserved communities, adding AI and computer science to the curricula. We at Google, since 2015 that we launched our Grow with Google program, we trained 15 million Europeans. Now we launch a new initiative that's called AI Opportunity, that is a 25 million euro investment, particularly focused on underserved communities and to enable them to use AI. And I also wanted to mention one specific program that we have within our partnership with your consumers, the Consumer Empowerment Project and Code Motion, that's called the Kids Leadership Academy at School with AI, that I won't describe it because Chiara will do it much better than I do, but I didn't want to miss the opportunity to thank and congratulate your consumers and Code Motion for the great work that you're doing in that field.
No, thanks, Seb, also for mentioning this, because it's the perfect hook for introducing Chiara. But Chiara Russo is the executive president and co-founder of Codemotion, which is partnering with us in this at School with AI Kids Leadership Academy. But before giving the floor to Chiara, I would like to show you a 3-minute video that is really nice, that was shooted in a school here in not here, but hopefully it will be done also in Belgium. This program, it was in Italy, and I don't know if we have the video already available. Here it is.
Con questa iniziativa vogliamo promuovere la conoscenza dell'intelligenza artificiale tra i bambini, perché siamo convinti che la cultura sia lo strumento migliore per consentire ai bambini di oggi e ai consumatori e cittadini di domani di beneficiare appieno dell'intelligenza artificiale e di prevenire possibili abusi e rischi.
Il nostro obiettivo è quello di sviluppare delle attività nel quale vogliamo esplorare le due principali tematiche dell'intelligenza artificiale, ossia il machine learning e l'intelligenza artificiale generativa. I bambini stanno allenando delle vere e proprie intelligenze artificiali, facendo un'esperienza creativa e al tempo stesso tecnologica, disegnando delle forme, dei colori e delle immagini che poi verranno utilizzate per allenare l'intelligenza artificiale, che sarà in seguito capace di riconoscere questi disegni in automatico.
Le tecnologie in generale danno, un input in più ai ragazzi per apprendere meglio. Cerchiamo di far capire i meccanismi e anche i limiti dell'intelligenza artificiale, sempre vedendola dal punto di vista etico, perché questa è la parte importante, cioè la critica.
È una circostanza innegabile che si stia investendo molto di più nell'addestrare gli algoritmi a conoscere le persone di quanto non si sta investendo nell'educare le persone a conoscere gli algoritmi. La funzione della scuola in questo esercizio è irrinunciabile, ovvero consentire alle persone, a cominciare naturalmente dai più giovani, di cogliere le straordinarie opportunità che l'intelligenza artificiale offre loro in una stagione nella quale il rischio è che si pensi che tutto quello che è tecnologicamente possibile deve perciò solo essere anche giuridicamente legittimo e umanamente e democraticamente sostenibile.
Normalmente questo tipo di attività sono riservate ai ragazzi, alle ragazze più grandi o addirittura agli universitari. In questi laboratori abbiamo reso accessibili le stesse tecnologie, le stesse tecniche anche ai bambini e alle bambine più piccole. Non è un qualcosa fine a se stesso, ma è sempre con l'obiettivo di creare attraverso la tecnologia.
Il senso di questa iniziativa è accogliere nuove sfide. L'insegnante deve continuamente essere un facilitatore vero dell'apprendimento.
A casa i ragazzi si porteranno grandissimo entusiasmo, il ricordo di un'esperienza bellissima e la conoscenza di un nuovo strumento che li aiuterà sicuramente nelle esperienze future.
Il progetto A Scuola con l'Intelligenza Artificiale sta coinvolgendo oltre 300 bambine e bambini in Italia e Spagna dai 9 ai 13 anni. Se la vostra scuola è interessata a partecipare, contattateci. And so this was the experience in Italy, but I would like to give the floor to Chiara to tell us about the importance of projects like this that we have done together, the efforts that we made in making this project happen is not that easy also because it's not that easy to involve the different schools in Italy and Spain. So I would like to hear from you, how do you think this can impact education in general?
Okay, first of all, let me say that I'm quite excited in watching this video here with you because I think it's clear the impact and the value of this project. With Code Emotion for over 10 years, we are running and working on educational project with a clear goal of transforming young people, children, into active, aware, and skilled creators who are prepared to face the next challenges in a world where technology will be even more central, as we have seen from the report. And also from the report, I have seen one of the charts where the data was, I'm not using AI because I'm not skilled enough. So here is the importance, how important is a project like that. So in this context, I'm very happy about the partnership with Euroconsumer and Google because it has been a unique opportunity of creating a really impactful project, especially talking about a crucial topic like AI at school. Our team developed a unique program with educational contents and training activities based on 4 main steps to help students learning about AI. So in the first step, we just start asking them to share their thoughts and their perspective about AI, to start with a simple discussion. In the second step, we ask them to design their first robot to help them in their daily tasks. In the third step, they start training a neural network, creating their little big data, so working also on data. And in the fourth step, in the last step, they work with generative AI. They start working with generative AI in a safely way thanks to any specific tool we implemented to help kids using AI in a safe way. So we are running this project with 300 students. Today, now I'm here with you, but my team is in Bari working in the last workshop in Italy, and now we are ready to start in Spain. So I'm very happy because this project is like an educational and open innovation laboratory for kids, and with a clear goal to provide to school students and also to their family a clear guide on how to use artificial intelligence in a conscious, safe, but also creative way. So I think that's the real value of the project.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, I was involved in one of the workshops, the one that you saw on the video, and it was amazing to see the reaction from the kids, because everyone wanted to participate during the workshop, raising hands, asking questions, and also surprising the educator himself, because sometimes the inputs that you receive from the kids are very far away from what you expect to receive. And this is also a lesson for us as an adult, that maybe sometimes we should think outside of the box like the kids do, because it was really impressive to receive this kind of feedback. And the most heartwarming things was at the end when all the kids said, are you going to come back? When are we going to do this again? And I mean, this was the better way to testify how the activity was appreciated in the school. So I thanks GoTheMotion for making this possible. And as I said in the end of the video, we want to enlarge this program next year. And so we hope to have more schools on board in more countries, because really, I feel that this is one important point for the future. So it's not something that you're doing now for having result tomorrow. It's something that you're doing now for having a result in 5 years, 10 years. So this is the most important things. And talking about AI literacy, which is one of the few provisions of the AI Act that will enter into force in February, together with the prohibited uses of AI. I would like to come back to Christina, because I would like to hear from you, how do you see it is critical, is important for individuals to have a strong understanding of AI? Because as I said in the video, I really believe that culture is the tool to prevent also possible abuses or misuses of artificial intelligence.
Absolutely, I totally agree to that. I would at the same time go a bit broader. I think AI literacy is very important, and I think it's not today part of media literacy. And if you did not have enough figures for this afternoon, I have also a figure about the ability of consumers to be able to identify true from false when it comes to news, and I think this is quite a crucial skill. So actually, according to the OECD Trust Quest survey, only 6% chance consumers have to identify false from true. So it's not much more than a toss of a coin that they will identify if news is false. And actually, this is even higher when it comes to those who are consuming news mostly through social media. Also, other surveys show very much that there is a big skills issue in the ability to recognize AI-generated disinformation. So I think indeed there is a lot to do in this regard, and initiatives like this are very much needed. Also at the European Commission, we are looking into media literacy initiatives, also of course now AI literacy initiatives. We have also the European Digital Media Observatory, who have both classroom-based exercises, but also outside the classroom, because one aspect that I think is important to stress that it's not just children and young people who have problems. I think also the figures of your survey show that this goes a little bit across all the population, while there are nuances. So I think there is a lot to do. And of course, we will make also our contribution. But of course, the good thing is that if children already start to learn this, then we will have adults who can much better navigate in the new environment.
Yeah, and coming back to Sebastian, I mean, we heard from Christina also the risk associated with AI. So what can do to mitigate those risks? from the industry perspective, of course.
Absolutely, no, and I totally agree with you and with Christina about the importance of the cultural aspect. In fact, Christina even mentioned pre-bunking and those techniques. Our Jigsaw team has been working in partnership with experts in the US, in Europe, on pre-bunking techniques that are basically techniques that empower users, empower consumers to detect situations that may lead to disinformation exchange, let's put it that way, but before that explicit act of disinformation happens. So empowering consumers with that knowledge, those tools to detect potential harms is key. But let me share some very specific steps that we take as Google, but I think are exemplar of what things could be done to try to tackle these things, because as every new technology, AI brings new solutions, but of course, new problems too. And at Google, when we develop generative AI tools and products, we try to make sure that we ensure safety all across the life cycle of the project. So we have some pre-launch safety measures and safeguards. For example, first of all, we embed safety on everything based on our AI principles, but at the same time, we conduct not only internal testing, but trusted testing before launching products. Then after launching the products, we keep testing, and at the same time, we take consumer feedback very seriously to try to understand the use, abuse, and potential problems that may come with the use of those tools, and that's why we also take gradual steps to launch our products. We are very careful in terms of how we launch it, because we want to make sure that our products are safe as they are empowering. But at the same time, there are ecosystem safeguards that you can take, because we share knowledge, information, we try to educate users, and at the same time work with developers for them to be able to build responsibly. We were mentioning two synthetic media. So for example, we developed a tool called SynthID, that basically embeds an invisible watermark into any content that might be created with our AI generative tools, be that image, text, video, sound, and through that, content that was created artificially can be detected, and even further down the line, inform people about something having been created artificially, which is not necessarily bad, but the use or misuse, actually, of that kind of content could be problematic. At the same time, we give people tools to dig deeper in the information that they get from our generative AI tools. So for example, we have a feature called Double Check that enables you to go straight to the search sources where that information is coming from, for people to be able to see if that's authoritative information that they're seeing. But also we have features like About This Image that will tell you when this image came to be, how it was created, about this information. But at the same time, I think it's important, of course, to think about the new challenges that come with AI, but also the potential that AI has to tackle some of old and new challenges. AI has been helping us to tackle harms in a much faster and scalable way than ever before. In fact, what we're aiming to do now is to develop models in days' time that could be centered on specific types of harm. This is particularly effective, for example, for disinformation narratives or scam narratives. So let's say we get a new scam narrative, we may be able to put together a model that detects specifically that type of scam for us to be able to detect it earlier and directed it to our enforcement team. But all in all, as I was saying, every new technology comes with new challenges as well as new solutions. It's very important to stay attentive to tackle the new harms that come with AI, but at the same time, harness that potential of AI to solve those problems too.
No, so in the end, it's about trust. It's about building trust in the tools. And we saw from the data that lack of trust is something that affects also the public authorities, according to the data. And I think enforcement could be a way to gain this trust. So I would like to ask Hussein, what opportunities does AI provide for enforcement agents to better protect consumers?
Yes, thank you. So indeed, from our side, we don't only look at AI in the sense of how do consumers use it, but also how can we and enforcement authorities use AI to better protect our consumers. And there, I must say, in the digital sphere, there is really not an equality of arms when it comes to enforcement. There is so much content and so much activity online that only human capabilities of enforcement agencies is just not sufficient. To give an example, there are marketplaces in our economy that feature more than 10 million products at any given time, sold by more than 150,000 traders. So as you can understand, only human capabilities of enforcement agencies is not enough. And that's the reason why from our side, from the Commission side, we try to assist member states and their enforcement agencies with tools, digital tools that also use AI for certain aspects. And to give just two very short examples, we have what we call eLab, EU eLab. That's a tool we provide to consumer protection authorities in 25 countries, used by more than 250 enforcement agents. And that tool, for example, can scrape the internet to look for product offers where the recent rules in terms of price indication and price reductions are not respected. As you know, we have these new rules saying that whenever you have a price reduction, the trader has to indicate what was the prior price, etc. So we have AI capabilities that can scrape for such content and analyze them. Another example is in the area of product safety. So as you know, authorities, national authorities, product safety authorities, when they find unsafe products, they have to notify that to the EU safety gate. And via the EU safety gate, all other authorities of the member states are notified, and they can use that data to search for the same product on their territory. But of course, when it concerns online offers, it's very difficult to do that based on human capabilities only. So we have a web crawler called e-surveillance, which scrapes the internet constantly based on the notified dangerous products in the EU safety gate. And whenever it finds these products on the internet, it notifies the authorities and says, look, you can find these products there. Every week, if I'm not wrong, the EU web crawler searches or detects 200,000 products, of which 1,000 are then identified as being unsafe, notified, knowing to be unsafe. So those are two examples.
No, it's super interesting, and we touched the enforcement part, and I mentioned before that the AI Act is going to enter into force in few months, and we are going into the long phase of implementation of the AI Act. So just 1 minute and a half, $1 million question for Konstantin. What challenges do you foresee in this implementation?
Yeah, thanks. I accept checks and transfers.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think given that the AI Act has only been in the law books now for a couple of months, it's still a fresh exercise. It's also, I think we've regulated an area that we didn't regulate before. I think so for both sides, enforcers and for the companies and for the other stakeholders that are part of the discussion, this is a bit of a new territory. So I think the unique thing is that we have the first comprehensive law worldwide in a major economic area. And for the companies now, of course, they need to get their head around. They need to first identify, where am I even in this whole supply chain? Am I a developer? Am I a deployer? Am I even a user? So sometimes you find yourself at different spots, and that depends then on that, whether you have certain responsibilities or not. I think a major challenge now is, first of all, the timeline that has been set by the legislators is a rather strict one. Yeah, it's quite fast. I think there was a lot of political will here to create these rules, and that's a bit reflected, unfortunately, also in the timelines. So the national authorities need to be set up. This is something that we've seen in the Digital Services Act, that these things actually can take a while, especially if it's a completely new authority with new powers. So I think companies may not have an interlocutor for some time. And then secondly, I think a lot of the details in the AI Act are not yet there. We're still waiting for a lot of, pardon the Brussels jargon, delegated acts, guidelines that are going to tell us a little bit more what is actually precisely prohibited, what do you have to do here, what do you have to publish, what are the templates for the transparency reports and so on. So these things are still to come, so I think companies are also waiting for that. There's a little bit of uncertainty now in the market because you need to move together with the authorities at the same time, and that's why in the beginning it's a difficult exercise for them, I think.
Brilliant. You won the challenge. So I own you 1 million, but I will maybe 1 million of Ferrero Rocher because they are still upstairs. No, and I would like to close the panel with just one last word from Chiara because we heard about the project, we saw about the project. I would like to have a word on you about how do you think AI can enhance the work of person like you are, or as educator, as trainers. So what is the impact on your work?
AI has an incredible impact, obviously, also on education, but I think it's very important to be focused on the central role of people using AI in the right way. For example, what we learned during this program is that, for example, by learning how to train artificial intelligence in classroom, even young students understand that artificial intelligence is not like a black box with superpowers, because some kids describe artificial intelligence in this way in the beginning. But they learn that it's a powerful tool that could help them in doing things and making decisions. So I think it's the crucial point. Also talking about generative AI, it's very important to use it to teach to kids in this case, but not only talking about kids, how to use generative AI to empower their creativity, to help them in their projects, but don't think about generative AI as a tool that could replace their human creativity, for example.
Thank you. We are absolutely on time, so I would like to ask you to join me in tribute and applause to our speakers. And enjoy the rest of the EC Forum. I think there is a little break now. Yeah, it is. Coffee break.
Out that door, please don't go. Don't go. Don't go. If you leave, at least in my lifetime, I've had one dream come true. I was blessed to be loved by someone as wonderful as you. Please don't go. Don't go. Don't go away. Please don't go. Don't go. I'm begging you to stay. So, I want you to know that I'm gonna miss your love the minute you walk out that door. Please don't go. Don't go. Don't go away. Please don't go. Don't go. I'm begging you to stay. If you leave, at least my lifetime, I've had one dream come true. I was blessed to be loved by someone as wonderful as you. Please don't go. Don't go. Don't go away. Please don't go. Don't go. I'm begging you to stay. Please don't go. Please don't go.
single time I do, I know we'll make it anywhere away from here. Light up, as if you had a choice. Even if you cannot hear my voice, I'll be right beside you, dear. Louder, louder, and we'll run for
nights I sleep aside. Hear her voice shake my window. Sweet seduce inside. Get me out into the nighttime. For once one hold me tonight. If it's sound, it's just an above. Let me take a bite. If they say why? Tell them that it's human nature. Why? Don't show me that way. Why? Tell them that it's human nature. Why? Don't show me that way. Reaching out to touch a stranger. Electric eyes are everywhere. See that girl, she knows I'm watching. She laughs away and stare. And they say why? Tell them that it's human nature. Why? Don't show me that way. Why? Tell them that it's human nature. Why? Don't show me that way. Looking out across the morning, the city's heart begins to beat. Reaching out, I touch her shoulder. I'm dreaming on the street. If they say why? Tell them that it's human nature. Why? Now show me the way. Why? Tell them that it's human nature. Why? Now show me the way. I see her blowing me a kiss. It doesn't take a scientist to understand what's going on, baby. If you see something in my eye, let's go over analyze. Don't go too deep with, baby. Yeah. So let it be what it'll be. Don't make a fuss and get crazy over you and me. Here's what I do. I play loose, not like we have a day with destiny. It's just a little crush, not like I faint every time we touch. It's just some little thing, not like everything I do depends on you. Sha-la-la-la. It's raising my adrenaline. You're begging on my heart of tin. Please don't make too much of it, baby. You say the word forevermore. That's not what I am looking for. And all I can come into is maybe it's just a
dirt all on my name. 'Cause you knew that I knew that I knew that I'd call you up. You've been going around, go around, go around every party in LA. 'Cause you knew that I knew that I knew that I'd be at one. I know that treasures come with perfume regret. You got me thinking about when you were mine. And now I'm all up on you, what you expect. But you're not coming home with me tonight. You just want attention, you don't want my heart. Maybe you just hate the thought of me with someone new. Yeah, you just want attention, I knew from the start. You're just making sure I'm never getting over you. You've been running round, running round, running round, throwing that dirt all on my name. 'Cause you knew that I knew that I knew that I'd call you up. Baby, now that we here are standing face to face. You've already know that you want. I know that treasures come, treasures you regret. You got me thinking about when you were mine. And now I'm all up on you, what you expect. But you're not coming home with me tonight. You just want attention, you don't want my heart. Maybe you just hate the thought of me with someone new. Yeah, you just want attention, I knew from the start. You're just making sure I'm never getting over you. What are you doing to me? What are you doing? Oh, what are you doing to me? What are you doing? Oh, you just want attention, I knew from the start. You're just making sure I'm never getting over you.
I am, and within the reach of my hand, she's sound asleep, and she's sweeter now than the wildest dream could have seen. And I watch her sleeping away, though I know I'll be hunting high and low. High, there's no end to the length I go to, hunting high and low. highest moon were all the stars of the night. Promised me too soon, 'cause it's been cloudy all night. And the weatherman said, if you're not well, stay in bed. 'Cause I've been feeling down and blue, and it's cloudy in my head. Instead of going out to some restaurant, I'll stay home in bed. I'll be loving you. That's what I wanna do. I'll be loving you. That's what I wanna do. Hello, midnight lover, you're the one I adore. I'll be thinking of you till the stars are no more. If it's cloudy or blue, I'll stay here with you. Make a wish and then we'll kiss our love forever true. Instead of going out to some restaurant, I'll stay here with you. I'll be loving you. That's what I wanna do. I'll be loving you. That's what I wanna do. Since you don't know, we reached the high-end mountain. Every time I seem to disappear, and together we fly. seconds. Now don't let me to break this thing down for nothing. Now I wanna see you on your baddest behavior.
It's a rainy afternoon in 1990. The big city. Jeez, it's been 20 years. Candy, you were so fine. Beautiful, beautiful girl from the north. You burn my heart with a flickering torch. I had a dream that no one else could see. You gave me love for free.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, for our second plenary Kryptonite session, where we want to talk about what we, as Europeans, can learn from the Silicon Valley experience in order to improve European competitiveness on digital spaces. So may I have your unbiased attention for our second keynote speaker of today, who is a former unicorn entrepreneur. He is founder at Rialto Venture Capital. He is the chair of the Italian digital agency and advisor on advanced technology for the United Nations. So may you please, pretty please with sugar on top, give a big, big round of applause for Stefano Quintarelli, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you all, and thank you to Euroconsumers for having me here, for inviting me. And I would thank Enrique. Where is Enrique? Enrique there at the back for his fantasy and creativity. That is absolutely is the top guy in this organization of these events. Very, very funny, very, very amusing, interesting. And in honor to Enrique, I must say that this is the closest clothes I have to Spider-Man costume. Okay. So, if I may have my slides, and I will start borrowing a quote. From great power can come great opportunities. The question is, how can we have great opportunities without great power? You know, I feel I have been in the parliament in Italy in 2 legislatures ago, and we did a lot of things about trying to innovate the public administration in Italy. And I found that there is a bit of confusion normally when I talk to my former colleagues, and they tend to put together research and innovation as if they were a single thing. Research and innovation are two different things. Research turns money into knowledge, and innovation turns knowledge into money. We are in Europe, we have had a great deal of attention of turning money into knowledge in developing research, but we have not been able so far to capture the product of this knowledge we built, and so we need more innovation. How can we start making, to improve our innovation capabilities in Europe? Well, I think we should try to learn something, not all, but something from the US. Silicon Valley, if you think about it, what is Silicon Valley? Silicon Valley is not a place of Americans. I mean, it's a place where everybody from all the world go. And why do they go there? I think that's because of a number of specific characteristics. The first one, that you have simple rules, regulation, that give you access to a huge market. Then there is a lot of capital available. And the capital available in the US has been made available thanks to specific regulation. I will talk more about this in a few minutes, that are the ERISA, SBA, and QSBC. Then, as people were flowing in there, and money was flowing in there, and research centers were built, there came a request, a need for excellent education. Universities got a lot of funding, and they built excellent university. I mean, the difference between university and Silicon Valley and the rest of the world widened the gap. And then there is this mentality of the possibility that you can get rich very fast. And this attracts talent from all over the world. And it's impressive. Now I'm a venture capitalist, and I try to work a lot with the Italian diaspora, with the Italians in Silicon Valley. And it's unbelievable the amount of talent you find condensed in a single place in Silicon Valley. Okay, what's the situation in Europe? Situation in Europe is not that bad. It's not that rosy. As has been told before, and Draghi pointed out in his report, we have a heavy regulation. Some say that we over-regulate. As I was part of the Italian parliament, and I also had a great deal of opinions given to the European Commission in the past, I must say that it's just the perfect doses of regulation, but in any case, we have a lot of regulation. We don't have a single framework for insolvency across Europe, and this is quite an issue. And the regulation we have about insolvency is also harsh. I mean, it's not a good thing to fail. Somebody used to say that I never fail. Either I succeed or I learn. In Europe, either you succeed or you fail. And we have to change that. And of course, the rules play a role in this. And then, of course, we have a very small access to finance. It's not that we don't have startup companies. This chart on the right by Atomico shows that in Europe we have even more startups than in the US. But the problem is we are not capable of scaling them. So at the seed stage, we create a lot of startups, but we don't grow them. On the financing side, Europeans tend to be more conservative. We are more conservative. We have a savings across Europe. Of course, the situation varies a lot from country to country, but savings in Europe are similar to the savings in the US. But Europeans tend to save more and put money in safe assets, bonds, buildings, real estate, and whatever. And that shows in currency and deposits. In Europe, currency and deposits are 31% of the savings compared to 12% in the US. That, of course, leaves less room for investment in the EU. And it shows in the aggregate figures. The pre-IPO, so before companies go public, the pre-IPO risk capital in Europe amounts to about 70 billion per year, 70. In the US is 1.3 trillion, so roughly 20 times more. It's 0.5% of EU GDP compared to 6.9% of US GDP. So we lost somehow our willingness to risk and to build new things. Look at the pension funds data. I apologize for the fonts. We had some compatibility issues with my presentation and the one from the technical guys here. Okay, pension funds in Europe hold 4 trillion in assets, and insurances hold 9 trillion in assets. That's a lot of money. The amount of money that they invest in VC is less than 0.01%, so basically nothing. And if you go and look into those figures, you will find that often they invest in the US. So we are not sustaining, we have a vast amount, a vast quantity of assets, but we don't use those assets to invest in innovation. And there is this common sense that investing in venture funds in Europe is risky, but that's not the case. If you look at the present investments of the pension funds in Europe and the average returns of venture funds, you will see that the European venture funds, on average, give a higher return than the typical present investments, and even with less volatility. So I mean, we need to turn this knowledge that we build and that we invest so much into innovation. We have the resources to do it. We just don't do it. We just don't do it. We have to change this mindset. Then, some notes on the US regulation. First of all, in the US, you have common law, and this is a clear advantage when you talk about innovation. And we cannot have, we cannot change to common law in Europe, but we can build some sandboxes to try to mimic, regulatory sandboxes to try to mimic the common law. In the US, they had this regulation which is called Employees Retirement, I don't remember what act, of 1974, and that was the key, that was really the key factor in starting the venture capital business in the US, funding a lot of venture funds in the US. And why happened that? Because the RISA Act has been amended several times, and there have been some Supreme Court rulings on the precise scope of the RISA. But the fact is that it allows for investment like a prudent person should do, and that this notion of the prudent person has changed over time. And at a certain stage in time, it allowed for venture capital to be considered part of a portfolio of investment of a prudent person. And that flooded with money venture funds in the US. Then in 1993, they introduced these qualified small business stocks. Qualified small business stocks is a regulation that gives 100% capital gain tax exemption on qualified stocks that are held for 5 years up to 10 million or 5 times the 5x the returns. So basically, if you as a private individual invest your money in a qualified small business stocks and you hold that for 5 years, you will pay no capital gain tax up to 10 years. Of course, so the first one, ERISA, took a lot of money from pension funds and sent it to the venture capitals, and the qualified small business stocks fuel money from private savings. Then they worked also on de-risking the company investments with the Small Business Act actually it was before, of 1953. The Small Business Act is a law that requires US administration to give a part of their spending, so to spend a part of the money they spend with small companies. It has been amended time and again, and every administration in the US has an office. The purpose of this office is to procure services, goods from small businesses. And if you think of the spending, for example, in military expenses, that implies that a huge amount of this money goes to startups. So they work really on three axes. Having pension funds, retirement funds invest in VC, having private individuals keen to invest in VC because of this tax exemption, and de-risking the investments by making sure that startup companies have some initial market. So this is what they did. Now, what could we do? Well, we started by fostering competition, and I must say that has been largely done. Opening spaces with the various Digital Markets Act, Digital Services Act, Data Governance Act. I mean, those regulations have opened up a great deal of possibility to start and compete. It's very difficult in niches against well-established company. Then it has been called to have a homogeneous regulatory environment for startups, and this was proposed in the Letta report, included in the Draghi, and also by President von der Leyen with the 28th regime, including sandboxes to simplify rules for market access. This is key. Having regulatory sandboxes is key because you cannot treat all companies the same, because it has been said before, not all risks are the same. Not all companies are the same, and that not all impacts of failure are the same. We produce a great deal of IPR in university, but the situation is very varied in Europe. In different parts of Europe, it's very difficult. It may be easy or difficult to exploit this IPR to build new companies. We don't have a regulation that promotes the fact that people can get rich fast. And we should do that. We should start treating people who get rich fast as champions and give incentives to get rich fast if you want to attract worldwide talent. There is a situation in Italy that is absurd. About 1/3 of computer science students in the University of Milan come from outside of Europe, mostly Indians, because, you know, Politecnico of Milan, University of Milan are good universities for tech people. As soon as they graduate, they must leave the country. They don't have, I mean, in my mind, we should, as soon as they graduate, we should give them a resident permit, and you have up to 3 years to build yourself a job or find a job. Instead, as soon as they graduate, they need to leave. Either they find a place right away or they have to leave. Then, how to improve capital availability? Hey, we should have something similar to ERISA in Europe for insurances and pension funds. Insurances in Europe have 4 trillion in assets. Pardon, pension funds in Europe have 4 trillion in assets. 30% of that is in the Netherlands. And insurances have more than 9 trillion. So that's my phone. Okay, I apologize. So we should try to make sure that the part of this money, of these assets, flow into venture capital. We should de-risk investment through the administration spending, like they do in the US. And then we should change our focus and not treat venture capital as a way to subsidize territories, but to subsidize industries. If you look how the pre-IPO capital now is invested across Europe, it's targeted to regions. So you have, I don't know, for example, La Cassa Depositi e Prestiti in Italy that looks for investments that need to be, half of that money needs to be invested, or the money they invest needs to be deployed in southern Italy. That's commendable. I mean, that's a very nice thing to do. But that will not create an industry, a venture industry or innovation industry, because simply companies are not there, and you cannot expect people to relocate there or to relocate all across Europe. So we should stop subsidizing territories and start subsidizing industries. About the fact of making a European ERISA, so having pension funds and insurances invest in VC, the main problem is that the risk adversity that Europe has against against the risk and against innovation is clearly coded in our regulation. We have just gone through the approval of the Solvency II directive. The Solvency directive is the directive that says what fraction of the investments banks, insurances, pension funds need to keep as a guarantee in case the investment fails, okay? So it's a guarantee capital. And it turns out that for VC, money invested in VC costs to these funds and banks 3 or 4 times as much in terms of the capital they need to put away as guarantee compared to real estate or other type of assets. And it's no surprise then that banks and insurance, etc., don't invest in VC. What we have built, what we have done in Italy very recently, actually it was last week, thanks to the effort of one single person, I must say. In Italy, we have a capital gain exemption for welfare funds, which is clearly a subsidy. I mean, it's an advantage that pension funds have, welfare funds have. And now there is a gate. Since last week, the Italian parliament has approved a gate. In order to be able to have this capital gain exemption on all of the investment of the welfare fund, they need to invest at least 5% in venture capital in 2025 and 10% from 2026 onward. So if they want to have this capital gain tax exemption, they need to invest in venture capital. The first rough calculation tell that this is going to about triple the amount of venture capital funding in Italy. This, given that it's a gate to have an exemption, this does not require any variation of the risk profile of venture capital with respect to European regulation. And so it's something that can be replicated also elsewhere. Okay, that was my talk. I thank you very much for your attention. And we should stop complaining and we should just start and do something.
Thanks a ton, Stefano, for that very clear and loud call for action. Stop complaining, take care of business, and get things done. A very inspiring keynote on venture capital as a fertilizer, I would say. It may not smell like roses, but it certainly contributes to future growth. Now, we have, in the meantime, completed our 4 thematic breakout sessions along the 4 content verticals. I could only attend 2 of those, as could you, I reckon, but I'm eager and keen to find out what has been discussed during all the sessions in our program. So let's have a quick debriefing session to learn or to understand what has been discussed in the different sessions and which takeaway messages that we can take from that. So may I invite the session coordinators to join me here on stage to report back on their findings. That's Jean-Philippe Ducard, it's Els Bruggeman, Marco Cialdoni, and Luisa Crisi Giovanni. We're back again, where we were sitting this morning. This one's for you, Marco. Els, I definitely need to start this session with you, because this morning you promised us an immersive experience, taking participants on an intense journey of scam victims and triggering fresh ideas to better facilitate support and redress for scam survivors. So where did this immersive journey take you, and what ideas or solutions have surfaced in the process?
Well, we promised an immersive journey, and I hope we have delivered. We heard some, first-hand stories from victims, but also from other stakeholders, and I have to say I need to thank everyone. Even though I knew some of the stories already, I have to say, hearing it firsthand, it is still an eye-opener. And it was very striking to hear how difficult the journey is of scam survivors to pass through police, to banks, to telcos, platforms, etc., in search of support and redress, and the economic impact, the emotional impact that comes along with it. And if you don't have friends and family as a backup, I mean, it can go really wrong. It was also very heartwarming to see that many stakeholders we had with us were already doing lots of efforts to do better for scam survivors. We had some amazing initiatives, and they also make real effort to approach them with the emotional support they need. But I have to admit, and I think we have to admit, that this is not yet very mainstream, and everyone was doing it a little bit on its own island. And this made us wonder a bit, what if, instead of sending scam survivors on a lonely journey to police, to platforms, to banks, sending them from one place to the other, what if we could turn it around a bit and set up one single national fraud hotline? These hotlines could then serve as a unique, coordinated approach for assistance, closely collaborating with law enforcement, with banks, and with other kinds of stakeholders. They can help bringing the money back, they can offer support, or at least they can give guidance on where to search for help. And we had a very inspiring example from the Netherlands with us. The Netherlands, they're always a step ahead of us. Being a Belgian, I can say that. But it was very inspiring to see this. And I can already announce that all of Euroconsumers organizations are ready to go and advocate for that. So they will reach out to their national governments asking for the single contact point. And we have the support also from the Global Scam Alliance, who will support us on this. And hopefully, like that, we can take already a little bit of the burden off the shoulders of victims. And maybe an additional plus, if they're already working together for victims, maybe they can also work better together for enforcement, actually catching the bad guys, because also there some coordination is lacking. And I think, in Belgium, we have this expression, catching a fly with one hand, and I think in English it's killing a bird with one stone, or two birds with one stone. It's a horrible expression, actually.
Yes, when you come to think of it.
But if we can, go from a setback, a scam is more than a setback, to a comeback, to a pushback, that would be a double win.
I think you delivered on that promise of an immersive journey. Thanks a lot for that, Els. Jean-Philippe, you hosted the session on consumerism versus sustainability. Now, a Testasha survey reveals that most customers indeed want to reduce their environmental footprint, yet they're also fairly sensitive for the impact on cost, obviously. So it's a bit of a tightrope walk, I would say, finding a subtle equilibrium between cost, convenience, and sustainability. So did you manage to strike a balance between consumerism and sustainability in your workshop?
Good introduction, Philippe. It has been a very passionate and very high-level debate and workshop. So, for just a small reminder, we had 3 MEPs: Bruno Tobak, Saskia Brickmont, and Yvan Verhoogstraat, and also the State of Secretary for Consumer Protection in Belgium, Alexia Bertrand. And we had a very good keynote speaker I named Professor Skersberg from KU Leuven. And indeed, the starting point was this survey about the expectations and wishes from the consumers in terms of sustainability. The provocative title of the workshop was Consumerism versus Sustainability, question mark. It could have been translated to less consumerism for more sustainability, and conclusion can be less is more, to be short. So the keynote speaker, Professor Skersberg, has only reminded that the resources are exhausted. We all know that's the way it is, and a new model is more than needed. Sustainable consumer law are also expected and are on their way. The missing piece maybe today is about greening the e-commerce. That's a bit like he said, a blind spot. So that's the missing piece. And he also agrees that each of us and each one has a role to play. Sometimes a limited role, but also he spoke about a limited choice. So that's a quite appealing point for us as consumer organizations. Less is more, less or more regulation, that's a political choice for a new democratic business model. Everyone agrees, so all the colors, the political colors were agreed upon this point. So the way it can be that earlier the intervention of authorities is coming, or better is this intervention. So we all agree about, for example, about eco-design processing around the products and the services. Maybe not less regulation, not more regulation, but better regulation. Less or more expensive, that was a very sensitive point indeed. Less and more, it's as a matter of fact, it's a long run at long term. So we all agree that a new deal is about creating market and competition towards the new model with right to repair, as certainly Luisa Crisi-Giovanni will comment. But at a short term, it can be expensive, but at a long term, it can be cheaper and cheaper. So we all agree about. And my final wrap-up about this, and very factual, I will quote some politics and the participants. Alexia Bertrand said and reminded that we have all a shared responsibility in sustainability. Governments need to provide clear legislation by supporting them and giving the right directions to sectors, to consumers, to companies. Ivan Verhofstadt said legislation should give direction towards consumers and conditions to producers. Saskia Brikmond, we have to change the mindset of consumers. Sustainable products are not more expensive. In the long run, they are cheaper and they should become the norm. Bruno Tobac about the role of consumer organizations, 2 goals for the future, explaining customers why they have to pay extra costs first and that are not visible, this cost, and ask to governments to clarify and pinpoint the difficulties consumers are facing. And the conclusion was the wrap-up of Bert Kelsbilk. Every party has to take on their role, governments, companies, individual consumers, and other stakeholders such as consumer organizations. That's it from me.
That's a very rich summary. Thanks a lot for that, Jean-Philippe. I think indeed less is more well captures what you have been discussing in the workshop. Marco, you just finished, I believe, an extremely interesting workshop on artificial intelligence, exploring the latest Consumer Digital Empowerment Index, also highlighting the example of the Kids Leadership Academy. So that puts you, I think, in a perfect position to educate our audience on how AI is transforming consumer experience and also inspiring the next generation of digital leaders. So do tell us what came out of this workshop, and AI, is it a blessing or a burden for consumers?
Yeah, I would say 3 main takeaways of my session. First is when you look at the data, in the Consumer Digital Empowerment Index, when it comes to AI, consumers are wiser than expected. They are pretty conscious of the presence of AI in their everyday life, in most of the digital services that they use, especially when it comes to information and media and shopping. Second takeaway, there is a need for companies and institutions to gain trust of the consumers. The trust both in the public and private sector is pretty low. So there is a lot to do to gain the trust of the consumers. This is pretty relevant data because it seems that both on the sides of the industry and on the side of the public institution, there is something that is needed to gain this sense of trust from the consumers. The third point, and the main takeaway also, is the importance of knowledge and AI literacy. Culture can really represent the way to benefit from AI and avoid possible misuses or abuses of the artificial intelligence. So the importance of program that can make the consumers informed about the characteristics, the main elements of AI, and also having a look at what the kids can learn about AI. So it's not something mysterious, it's not like an obscure technology as it was defined during our panel, but something they can learn how it works, and when they learn how it works, they can be conscious in the usage of AI. So for me, these are the three main takeaways of our panel.
Crystal clear. Thanks a lot for sharing that, Marco. Luisa, in beautiful Rotunda, you facilitated a meeting of the minds on market empowerment for a sustainable future, where you had deep discussions on European initiatives to promote product repairability, so the eco-design for sustainable products regulation, the directive for empowering consumers for the green transition, other repair rules and obligations. So what were the main takeaways from your session, and are we, as empowered consumers, are we ready to contribute to a sustainable future?
The answer is no, we are not ready. Actually, we assess, as said, with the market players, consumers, but not only, also repair center network and actually companies as well as people working on the infrastructure of data exchange to repair product, actually report back that, for example, 93% of products are out of scope of the right to repair directive. So we actually need to work on that to prioritize this to be in. There is a lack of spare parts, and there are issues of upgrading sometimes software and guaranteeing interoperabilities. Another barrier, for sure, as mentioned by Jean-Philippe panel as well, to be tackled is price. So the affordability of the repair service. As I mentioned this morning, Article 5 of the European Directive says that the repair obligation must be done at a reasonable price. Define reasonable. Reasonable is not easy. It's up to the member states. So there are gray zone area. And last but not least, there is an issue of mindset, because it's up to us to really be engaged in buying second-hand products or refurbished products, because people do not trust enough the quality of the repaired product. And so we probably need, from one side, the incentive, but also it's not just enough about the incentive. We do also need a kind of narrative and probably really change of culture. There's been a very beautiful, then this is, okay, is the picture of the barriers, but reasoning about how this repairability concept is often associated to a kind of pain or complaint. Let's turn it into an opportunity. Let's think about repairability as a service, as a new revenue stream, as a real new dimension for companies and startups, and even to feed the training courses of the future, because there is a huge amount of waste that we need to tackle. All the Green Deal is about actually a non-affordable consumption side that we need all together to really address. This is the issue. So there's an issue of consciousness and really being able to communicate in an effective way, also appealing way, okay? We really need superheroes there, because just in a week time, we had Black Friday. I guess how many of us bought something new that you maybe didn't need, okay? But just because, okay, you are pushed to do so. That said, the main takeaways, and as I said, thinking about the solutions and not just, okay, the barriers, the good news is that in the consumer agenda of the new elected Commissioner McGrath, we have a strong commitment to foster sustainable consumption. And what does it mean? That, okay, in order for product to be repaired, there's the need to be repairable. And so this kind of issue or make it happen, compliance from the manufacturer side as being guaranteed by the legislation. And we will follow up to really nudge in the repair direction. For example, there is a provision that I want to remind here, which is the extension of 1 year more guarantee, legal guarantee, if you have the product repair. But there has been mentioned during the workshop, there are member states such as Sweden or even, if I'm not wrong, Germany, where there is a tax incentive if you have the product repair instead of buy a new one. So you really need to turn it into an impactful, sustainable choice, the fact that you are going the right direction. But the problem is that member state must deliver, the parliament and national level really needs to implement the directive to make it happen in the right way. Second consideration is that, of course, as we are living in the digitalized world, we need to have not only trusted product, but trusted process, more and more. And so we need to work and think in a circular way, and by default, make it happen and make it available, the trusted, sustainable choice, thanks to the digital product passport. And we have discussed about what we've been doing in CIRTRE project. And the good news is that we have set up a circular intelligent association. So among the founders of CIRTRE project, we have Euroconsumer as a partner, because we strongly believe that we can play a role as market player to really put the consumer at the center and empower the consumers, and also help companies to put the consumer at the center. Third, we need probably to improve the communication through the DPP and through the famous repair score or repair index that should be included in the labeling for not only the digital consumer, but also the offline consumer could recognize and then select and choose the product that could guarantee them to last more, to have a longer performance. And four, of course, as I said before, we need partnership with companies, with research center, to make not only repair affordable, but also kind of mainstream. Because I think we have these kind of common goals set by the Green Deal, and the provision is the action plan. We all need to provide this kind of not only after-sales support, but really support either to sort out, but or to make it last longer, the product, but to really have a kind of transformative approach to the product. Because if you think there's been quoted best practice also in prisons, refurbishment was mentioned by Vodafone of smartphone that could reach out new targets in Africa, for example. So sometimes it's also, again, doing a match between demand and offer. So sometimes we are not ready in our rich world, but it's a factor of inclusiveness of other population, the fact that we make it available, this device that has been refurbished, to people who could not afford it. And this is a factor of inclusiveness. So let's think to repairability as a fun and also very positive way in an economic terms, but also in a social dimension. So that was my big takeaway from our workshop.
You said that we are not ready, but that it's up to us, because by the end of the day, we're all consumers, so that's also a call for action to our audience and to every single one of us. Thanks a lot for sharing that, Louisa. It was, I think, a very interesting overview of what has been discussed during our 4 content verticals. So may you please acknowledge the insights provided by Jean-Philippe Ducard, Els Bruggeman, Marco Cialdone, and Luisa Crisi Giovanni with a warm round of applause. And then, before we dive headfirst into our 3rd Kryptonite session, I'd like to acknowledge the support of yet another hero whose superpower is invisibility. We are deeply embedded in the comics theme here in our Brussels Euroconsumers Forum, as you have seen from the many videos that we have projected and also from other artistic interventions here today. I would very much like to acknowledge the contribution of our artist in residence here today. So may I have your loudest cheers for Marc de Roo, ladies and gentlemen. And I can tell you that he has delivered more of that fancy work for our participants here today as well. Now that brings me to the last Kryptonite session of our forum, where our keynote speaker will provide us with food for thought and also give us some directions that will steer, hopefully, our final panel. Indeed, I believe that his deep knowledge of both European and American environments will be crucial to steer our discussions during the final plenary panel. The man I am about to introduce is a distinguished visiting professor at the University of Bologna Business School. He was a senior fellow at the Columbia University School of International and Public Affairs. He was senior advisor of innovations to the Secretary of State in the US. And last year, as I would say the pinnacle of his career, he was even invited as a keynote speaker during the Euroconsumers Forum in Rome. Needless to say, we are grateful and honored that he made himself available to join us here in Brussels as well. May you please warmly welcome to the stage Professor Alec Ross.
All right, thank you very much. It's a real pleasure and honor to be with you this evening. Good evening, buonasera, bonsoir. And my compliments to Euroconsumers for embracing the concept of diversity. I must say that I can't think of somebody who's going to give a perspective more different than a Brussels regulator than what you're about to hear. For 4 of the years that I worked for Barack Obama, I was a diplomat. I'm not a diplomat anymore, so I'll do my best to speak diplomatically, but I'm not sure exactly how successful I'll be. I am coming at this from an interdisciplinary standpoint. While I've been an academic now at the University of Bologna, in the past at Johns Hopkins in Columbia, I was also one of these entrepreneurs. I started a company in a basement. And grew it into become a global organization before running tech and media policy for Barack Obama's first presidential campaign and then serving in government, but also now as an investor, one of the people who's actually allocating capital. And my fund has invested just under $1 billion, 900 and some million dollars, in more than 50 startups on 5 continents. And so the perspective comes from a lot of different angles. But in particular, I'd say it's really the perspective of a little bit of a cowboy from West Virginia. So, you know, you have all the polite Euro regulators here. You've also got a cowboy from West Virginia offering some perspectives. Perspective 1, land was the raw material of the agricultural age. Iron was the raw material of the industrial age. And data is the raw material of today and tomorrow's world. He who owned the land and controlled the land during the agricultural age had the economic power and had the political power. During the industrial age, he who owned the factories or controlled access to the natural resources had the economic power and had the political power. In today and tomorrow's world, he or she who owned the data, controlled the data, or can harvest meaning from the data are those that are creating the industries and the businesses of the future. And this process of digitization continues to grow with a slope on the graph that looks like a hockey stick. 2015, less than 10 years ago, 2015, there were 15 billion networked devices in the world. This is everything that connects to a digital signal. These are our laptops, these are our smartphones. more consequentially, the sensors in our supply chains. Right before the pandemic, 2019, that number grew to 26 billion. 26 billion by the end of 2019. And then we saw, as you all know, a massive investment over the course of several years during the pandemic, which wildly accelerated digitization across industries. And from the beginning of the pandemic to the end of the pandemic, the number of connected devices went from 26 billion to 62 billion. And by the end of next year, we anticipate that 75 billion network devices will exist in the world. So this is up 500% in 10 years. And this is a byproduct of a variety of different dynamics: the rise of 5G, artificial intelligence, and the digitization of traditional industries. And in fact, I think one of the things that we need to do is we need to stop talking about digital as a vertical and increasingly think of every industry as being something that is inherently digital. I'll give you what might seem like a ridiculous example. I spend 40% of the year in Italy, and I sit on lots of different boards of directors. And one of the boards of directors that I sit on is a company called Pelliconi. And we make bottle caps. Literally, the bottle caps made out of aluminum. Can you think of anything sort of less inherently digital? And we make 40 billion of them a year. If you're drinking a beer in Brazil, or in the United States, or in China, or Europe, it's one of our bottle caps. And during the pandemic, we decided to make very substantial investments in artificial intelligence, bottle cap maker. And what we've seen in the 3 years since then is our margins have gone starkly upward because we were able to do things like predictive maintenance, we were able to direct our lines of production remotely, we were able to do waste sortment, all of these really boring things which are economically consequential from a bottle cap maker outside of Bologna, Italy. And so what did we do? We bought our biggest American competitor. We bought our Canadian competitor. We doubled our capacity in China. So now, using AI, a very traditional industry went from being an important global actor to being a real protagonist. And instead of being colonized by the Americans or by the Chinese, we are the ones who are buying the Americans and the Chinese. And so I really think it's important that as we think about industry and as we think about our private sector broadly, we don't make a distinction between digital and non-digital, but rather we think about the incorporation of powerful tools such as artificial intelligence in order for European firms to be protagonists. We are seeing already the impact of artificial intelligence in a way that's extremely consequential in business. For 20-some years, we have thought of digitization and have sort of expected increases in productivity that never came. Very low levels of productivity increases corresponding with increases in digitization. But, and this is significant, everything has changed in the last literally just 3 years. Artificial intelligence is producing the productivity gains that have long been expected in digitization. The capacity of an individual, the capacity of a firm to produce more and produce more efficiently is shooting up. This is what happened at my bottle cap maker. We didn't have to fire one person. We didn't substitute one employee with artificial intelligence. What we did is we superpowered our employees. And so we're now growing modestly, but our output is far greater. And this is reflected in the data. If you look at OECD countries, in 2022, 34% of all labor was done by machines and 66% done by humans. This is in OECD countries in 2022. By 2027, we now project that that number will be 43% done by machines and 57% done by humans, with relatively stable no net loss in employment through that process of digitization. And that gap, what that gap is then producing is more output, more productivity. But the worry, so this is great. Productivity gains, efficiency, this is what can help produce some of the economic growth that has been lagging in much of the West. But while I'm excited about what we proved at my bottle cap maker, unfortunately, it is the exception to the rule in European industry. And I'm very worried about the degree to which Europe is lagging behind. It lagged behind in digitization. It was largely irrelevant in e-commerce. It created one of the 50 most important companies in the internet, Spotify. None of the other 49 are European. And I worry that the exact same thing is beginning to happen now in artificial intelligence. It's like a soccer game, and there are two teams on the field, one American and one Chinese. And instead of putting a team on the field, the Europeans have decided to play the referee, blowing the whistle, giving out yellow cards. But the referee never wins, okay? There's no trophy for the referee. The referee can have some impact on the result of the match, particularly if it's refereed poorly, but the referee doesn't win. And so I'm now deeply concerned that exceedingly excessive levels of regulation are going to continue the stagnation of Europe economically. You know, as somebody who deploys capital, again, I've deployed more than, almost $1 billion across 5 continents, but only one of these investments has been in the EU. I invest personally a lot in Italy, but I don't invest out of my fund. Why? Excessive regulation. I thought about this the other day. Last week, I signed 2 contracts. One contract was for a 3-hour appearance on TV. The contract was 21 pages. The other contract was this was in Europe, this was in Italy, 21-page contract for a 3-hour appearance on TV. The other contract was in the United States. It was for a $12 million investment. And the contract was 11 pages long. This asymmetry is a huge problem. And the EU AI Act, about which so many of you have spoken positively, I read every word of the more than 400 pages of the EU AI Act. And this is what I did for a living before. When I ran the innovation agenda for Barack Obama and Hillary Clinton during his government, I worked on these policy documents. I got news for you. The EU AI Act is a disaster. It will not protect the rights of anybody on this continent. It is purely performative. It's theatrical. It's like checking the box, like customizing your cookies. It will protect nobody. All it will do is push investment into other countries. Already, we're seeing cancer researchers move from northern Italy into Switzerland. We're seeing substantial amounts of reincorporation out of the EU into Switzerland, into England, into tax havens, into the United States. And why is it? Because it's an enormous amount of opaque compliance. It is incredibly stimulative for lawyers, for bureaucrats, for people who are essentially rent takers in the process of innovation. I'm sorry to be speaking so bluntly, but I read every word of that more than 400 words. It's going to protect nobody. It will accomplish nothing. It is nothing more than checking a box. And it was written, by and large, by people with a very thin understanding of these technologies themselves. We are already crossing the maximum parameters of data allowed for what is considered a high-risk data set. It's already happening. So the parameters that were set in rulemaking a year ago are already being exceeded. So what's happening? Large multinationals are moving a lot of their research from Paris, from Milan, into Switzerland and the United States. It's already cost billions of dollars of investment and who knows how many jobs. And it is true, something that I said, which is controversial in Brussels, but I believe it more true today than ever. America innovates, China replicates, Europe regulates. America innovates, China replicates, Europe regulates. And the tragedy of this, there are many tragedies of this, but one of the tragedies is that the talent exists in Europe. Stefano Quintarelli made the point that Silicon Valley is not a bunch of Americans. 40% of the Fortune 500, the 500 largest companies in the United States, were founded by immigrants or children of immigrants. 40% of the Fortune 500 founded by immigrants or children of immigrants. If you go to the Mensa at Apple in Cupertino, go during lunchtime, there are tables where they only speak Italian, where they only speak Spanish, where they only speak French. That's where they find each other. If you want to know where the United Nations really is, it's not in New York, it's in Silicon Valley. The talent is in Europe, but we've created conditions here that make it almost impossible to realize the talents. And it's principally regulatory, there are also cultural factors, and we now see it in the data. You know, people can be very offended by this, but the data speaks the truth. For example, a study that came out from MIT's Andrew McAfee last few weeks showed that in the last 50 years, Europe has produced 0 companies worth $100 billion or more. During this time, the United States has produced 6 worth $1 trillion or more. All of that in the last 50 years. When people talk about the American giants, they talk about NVIDIA. None of you heard of NVIDIA 7 or 8 years ago. Facebook didn't exist 20 years ago. Google didn't exist 25 years ago. So this idea of a sort of an oligarchical state in the United States, it's true until it's not. ChatGPT, OpenAI, is going to eat Google's lunch in the same way that NVIDIA ate Intel's lunch. This process of creative destruction and American innovation is continuing with full force. And what bothers me as somebody who lives in Europe is that the response to this dynamic, to the sort of fist-clenched shrieks of indignation, you know, talking about the American giants, is that what we haven't done in Europe is created European alternatives. Elon Musk has turned Twitter into an AI-enabled machine of right-wing propaganda. It's a fact. He's taken the algorithms of Twitter and turned it into a machine of right-wing propaganda. But there's no European alternative. And don't talk about market fragmentation. That's irrelevant because Twitter's already multilingual. The language doesn't matter. And so what's happened? So since the election, an app called Blue Sky now has more than 24 million users. It would have been the perfect opportunity for a European social media company to emerge with an offering, but there wasn't one. And so what happens? Guess what? It's another Silicon Valley company. It's another Silicon Valley company. Again, looking at the data, what we see is that the number of billion-dollar entities created in the US is 70 times, not 70% more, but 70x more than the EU. Y Combinator, the accelerator in Silicon Valley, has produced more unicorns than the entire country of Germany. And so why am I being so assertive on this? I'm being so assertive because I know it's coming. Donald Trump and Elon Musk are coming, okay? I know these guys. I know their crowd. And as difficult as it's been dealing with America and American competitors over the last 15 years, it's about to get a whole lot worse. It's about to get a whole lot worse. The Americans are coming. Let me explain some of what's going to happen at the end of January when Donald Trump becomes president. In full transparency here, I am not a fan of Donald Trump. As you heard, I ran tech and media policy for Barack Obama's presidential campaign. I am sort of a center-left Democrat in the sort of arc of American politics. So I say this not as a, this is good or this is bad, but just, this is what's coming. What's happening? Number one, the United States is already a significantly less regulated environment than Europe. It's about to get massively deregulated. So the existing level of regulation in the United States, which is already low, it's about to go close to zero. There will be zero regulations on crypto. The Biden executive order on artificial intelligence is going to be reversed the Tuesday after he takes the oath of office. So no rules. Trump and Musk are taking the leash off the dog of American business. Number two, less bureaucracy. The American budget right now is $6 trillion. The goal set by Vivek Ramaswamy and Elon Musk is to cut $2 trillion of that $6 trillion budget. They're not going to be able to do it. It's basically impossible to cut at that level. But what they are going to do is they're going to cut a lot. And so what that means is enforcement mechanisms, antitrust, the Securities and Exchange. We're going to see no rules and substantially less bureaucracy. No rules and substantially less bureaucracy. What else? Speed. Fast, 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 fast. I don't particularly like Elon Musk personally. I know him, but I respect him. And I respect that he moves really, really fast and audaciously. And the simple fact of the matter is that we can anticipate that the Americans are going to do in a morning what Europe takes a month to do. And they will do in a week what Europe takes 6 months to do. And they will do in a month what it takes Europe years to do. So another warning of mine is about speed. It's about speed. And that brings me to some of what can be done about this. There are recipes for how to respond. The Letta report and the Draghi report, I read all 400 and some pages of the stupidity in the EU AI Act. I also read the 169 pages of the Draghi report, and it's great. The problem is that the report was written, we celebrated, oh, this is a great report, and then it was put in the library. Nothing's happening. If you write a great report and you then do nothing, it does not matter. Everything Europe can and should do, not everything, but a lot of it, is in the Draghi report, in black and white, in whatever language you want to read it in. It's all right there. And the faster people go from talking about it to actually enacting it, the better. And Draghi is not some crazy cowboy from West Virginia like me. He's a very measured, professional, seasoned Brussels operator. But that document read like it was written by a cowboy. And I think it's a reflection of his recognition of the threat. And this was written before Trump was elected. And so for all of my criticisms right now of the regulatory environment and of the policies that withhold, that dial back investment in entrepreneurial activity, Enrico Letta's report and Mario Draghi's report give very concrete transactional instructions for what to do about it. Another point that I want to make is on the traditional US-European relationships and some of what to anticipate there. We've largely had, since World War II, a sort of foreign policy consensus in terms of transatlantic relations, I think we can anticipate some shifts. Donald Trump really thinks like a Manhattan real estate magnate. And he thinks that in every transaction, there's a winner and a loser. A winner and a loser. And he doesn't believe in a world of allies and enemies. He believes that in a world of 196 sovereign nation states, there's the United States, America first, and then 195 other countries with whom you do transactions. He's already announced his intentions in terms of sanctions. What I anticipate he's going to try to do is he's going to try to divide Europe, and he's going to try to divide the EU specifically. For example, there are 4 different models I think we could anticipate on sanctions. One is sort of blanket tariffs, the likes of which he described during the campaign. 10% for everybody in the world, with the exception of China, who gets 60%. This is model number 1. Model number 2 is that it is segregated by blocks of countries. So a single set of tariffs for, say, the EU, for North America, for South America, for Africa. That's scenario 2. Scenario 3 is that it is segregated by industry, meaning if a good or service is produced in the United States, it would be tariffed at a higher level than a good or service not produced in the United States. And then the 4th scenario is segregation by state, by nation state. And this, in many ways, responds to the instincts of Donald Trump to say, oh, Italy, I like Giorgia Meloni. She's sort of on my team, 5% for Italy. France, I detest Macron, 12% for France. Pitting individual European EU member states against each other is something he has the capacity to do, and it is something that should be anticipated. And so it reminds me in many respects of 1860, when Garibaldi, before a big battle, said to his soldiers, he said, "Oggi o si fa Italia o si muore." For me, with Europe, I think 2024 is much like 1860 was for Garibaldi, where it's "Oggi o si fa l'Europa o si muore." So Trump is going to test the solidity of Europe. And we know that within Europe, there isn't always a uniform approach to what policy and collaboration should be. I like Mario Draghi and I like Enrico Letta. But let's remember, Mario Draghi lost the prime ministership. Enrico Letta, my friend, ran for prime minister and lost pretty handily. So we can't take for granted consensus among the governed. We're seeing this fray in France right now. Why ultimately, in the face of the challenges, am I optimistic? I'm optimistic because when I think about innovation, I think that what people really want are not innovations that make humans more like machines and machines more like humans. I think what people really want are innovations that augment, that enhance our humanity. And Europe has always been the center of innovation that connects developments in science and technology with humanism. I think just about Italy. Think about inventions from Italy. The first internal combustion engine, the bank, the calculator, epidemiology, the typewriter, the microscope, the motorcycle, eyeglasses, parachutes, the personal computer, prostheses, radios. All of these are inventions from Little Italy, and all of them take technological or scientific development and they enhance, they expand our humanism. And so I think that in a world ever more driven by algorithms that that which makes us more human grows more important. And I think that I know that the skills are here. I believe that the values and sensibilities are here. What we have to do is make sure we create the conditions to unleash innovation and entrepreneurship. Because again, to return to sort of a sports analogy, being an entrepreneur in Europe too often is like running a race with a backpack full of stones. And the Chinese and the Americans aren't wearing that backpack. It's hard enough to compete with the Americans and the Chinese on equal terms. But if European entrepreneurs are wearing a backpack full of stones, and the Chinese are able to produce EVs or other goods and services with the benefit of state subsidies as well as lower cost labor markets, and the Americans are able to benefit from the regulatory regime described by Stefano Quintarelli, as well as an increasingly weaponized trade and tariff regime, it puts us in very difficult positions. And so I urge all of you to stop thinking about our role in this world of innovation as the referee, but as a continent capable of putting a team on the pitch and bringing our own products and services to offering. So that if we're offended by Twitter, we have a choice of our own. If we don't like the data practices of the American giants, we have alternatives. And we have alternatives that are not just based on punitive regulation, but on wealth creating, job creating, entrepreneurship that's built and sustained in Europe. And all of this, I can't help but think that the words of Darwin have never been truer than they are today. It's in these raging 2020s, it's not the strongest among us who are going to survive, or the most intelligent, but those most adaptable to change. Thank you.
Well, thank a lot to Alec Ross for sharing these rich and indeed thought-provoking insights from a cowboy from West Virginia. I think you have certainly paved the way for our final panel here tonight. Because indeed, as I stated in my introduction this morning, all of our activities here today will converge into a final plenary session in which we will discuss the future of Europe and its conditions for setting a resilient industrial policy in peaceful interaction, but also in a healthy technological and economic competition with other countries and regions. And as just mentioned by Alec Ross, Professor and former Prime Minister of Italy, Enrico Letta, presented a report commissioned by the European Commission and the European Council. I have the report right here, so it's titled Much More Than a Market, with a particular focus on security, on solidarity and on speed. And I heard what Professor Ross was saying about speed and the subtle difference in speed between United States and Europe. I'm also reading the compelling tagline of the latter report here, empowering the single market to deliver a sustainable future and prosperity for all EU citizens. Now, I've read this very consistent document cover to cover, and I can tell you that Minister Letta analyzes the drastic changes that our world has witnessed ever since the creation of our common market. He also reflects on what must be done to ensure that the European Union continues to be a valuable and a rewarding political and economical endeavor. So to open our minds for our closing panel, we are proud that we can share with you a video address from Professor Letta himself, especially recorded for our Euroconsumers Forum.
I would like first of all to say hello to all the people of the Euroconsumers Forum today. You are together. I would like to be with you. Unfortunately, I can't, so I can only give you some messages remotely These messages are the messages coming from the experience I had in the preparation and the elaboration of my report on the future of the single market. In the preparation of the report, I had many opportunities to speak with consumers, citizens. This is from that I took the idea of changing the name of my report and having as name much more than a market, because I truly believe that this report and the future of the single market is really a market of citizenship. The role of consumers, the role of citizens is at the center of the future of the European single market. This is why I would like just to mention the fact that the report is full of ideas, solutions to try to overcome the obstacles that the present fragmentation of the market gives the European competitiveness, security, consumer protection, social pillar, relaunch of the industrial policy. All these missions are present in the report, and I try also to find the right balance between some missions that we can consider as opposite one to each other. For instance, on the telecom market, I think we know very well that on telecom, that is an emblematic sector, the lack of integration of our European market is one of the reasons why we are losing ground. We are losing ground in the world. The telecom system was all speaking European 30 years ago. GSM, 3G, all the big brands. We were all, we the Europeans, with the leadership of the sector. Now it is no more like that. Why? First of all, because of the fragmentation of the single market. 27 single market, 2 small operators, the lack of a financial integrated market, the lack of the big dimension of investments that are today needed. And the Americans are winning, the Chinese are winning. I think we have to change. We have to change with a scale process, with an integration of the 27 market in one market, because also it's the only way to make compatible the scale and the consumer protection. I would be against, I would say, a process of consolidation if this process of consolidation would bring less consumer protection. I think we can have enough consumer protection if we move from 27 to 1. Today we have 80 operators of telecom, for instance, in Europe, and it's clear that the consumer protection is guaranteed at national level. But if we move from 27 markets to 1, we can have around 10 or 15 or even 20 operators in one single market, eliminating the plus 33, the plus 32, the plus 39. We can have a plus 0, for instance. I say plus 0 because plus 1 is already taken, as we know very well. But we can have a European single market, 15 operators, consumer protections guaranteed by these operators, and one single market with big companies able to play also at world level. I give you this example of what I think about the right equilibrium between scale, because the world is today bigger than the world of 30 years ago with China, India, and the BRICS, and at the same time consumer protection, because we work on one single market, not on 27 too small single market. I hope this example and also the other solutions I put in the report, solutions to help consumers, to help SMEs, to help companies, the 28 virtual state, corporate law is one of them, are able to help your reflection and what you're doing today. I would be more than interested in reading the conclusions of your days, and I'll be very happy to continue our conversation in the next future. Thank you very much and have a good day.
Well, I believe that the latter report and also this video address, they're both crystal clear. Europe is in dire need of more competitiveness, and I believe that Alec Ross was also brutally honest on that topic. Now, if you've read the Draghi report, you will also acknowledge that significant investments are required for Europe's green transition, but also for defense and for infrastructure. And yet, our Eurozone is barely growing, and our European citizens are struggling with the ever-increasing cost of living. Positioning the EU against China and against the US is challenging the global trade that has long benefited our European citizens. And I heard from Alec Ross that we need to have the audacity of putting a team on the pitch because there are no trophies for being a referee. So this comes with a clear requirement, I would say, to water down regulation for the sake of more competitiveness. So I guess what I'm hearing here tonight is that Europe is at a turning point. The next 5 years will bring critical economic policy decisions, yet one may wonder, where is the consumer amidst all of this? And that is exactly what we would like to explore in the final panel. So I will be bringing 6 panelists on stage. That would require 7 chairs to be mobilized. So we'll bring 7 chairs here to our panel whilst I'm introducing and framing our discussion. So what we want to do in our final plenary panel is we want to put consumers at the front and at the center of these essential discussions. We want to delve into the impact on their daily lives as a consumer, as a customer, and we want to shed a brighter light on the defining role that consumers will need to play. So how can we ensure that stronger EU business also equals a stronger internal market? How can we ensure that a stronger internal market delivers not merely to businesses, but also to the very consumers? And how can we make sure that empowered consumers, as a vital part of our economy, can drive competitiveness for Europe? To answer those challenging yet pertinent questions, I will invite 6 esteemed panel members to join me for a roundtable discussion. So I will start by inviting 2 ladies on the stage that you have already met this morning. It's the Director of Consumer Policy at DJ Just, Isabelle Perignon, and our Head of Policy and Enforcement at Euroconsumers, Els Bruggeman. You can already kindly join me on stage. And that means that we do have the European perspective and also the voice of the consumers already represented around this table. Now, to blend in, of course, also the perspective of the business, I have the pleasure of introducing a couple more panel members. So here I go. Pedro Oliveira is the Legal Director at Business Europe. It's the leading advocate for growth and competitiveness at European level. In addition to leading the legal department, Pedro also deals with consumer affairs, access to justice, company law, and corporate governance. I am glad to also welcome representatives from both Google and Amazon. So I may need to use a mic for a second here. You can't hear me? You can? Yeah. Well, then I will... No. Can I use a hand mic for a second? Do you hear me now? Much better. Then I will welcome representatives from both Google and Amazon here in my panel. James Waterworth is Director EU Public Policy at Amazon, and Giorgio Abaltina is Senior Director Public Policy for Southern Europe at Google and also Director External Relations at Google Arts and Culture. And to close the circle, I am delighted to welcome Irene Tinagli in our panel. She is a member of the European Parliament in the Progressive Alliance of Socialists and Democrats, and she has been chair of the Committee of Economic and Monetary Affairs for a number of years. So thanks to all of you for joining our panel, and indeed, let's get our heads together and explore how empowered consumers can fuel the success of Europe in these turbulent times that we are living. Isabelle, I'd like to start with you to tackle the topic of our panel head-on. I think we just had indeed a relentlessly honest keynote from Alec Ross. We heard, I think, also a loud, clear for action from Professor Enrico Letta. So in light of this increasing call for more competitiveness. What role do you see for consumer protection in this shift towards a stronger Europe?
Yes, so thank you, Philippe. Indeed, we had, and we all heard now the presentation from Enrico Letta. And for me, what was really striking is to hear how much he was really insisting on the necessity to create a very strong single market. So he was really, in his report, showing examples of how detrimental it is to have a fragmentation in all the 27 member states. And for me, it's key that we have a strong consumer policy at the level of the EU if we want really to address the necessity to create a strong single market. So how can we have, less protection if we want at the same time to have more harmonization at the level of the 27 and have a strong single market. So that's why I disagree with Mr. Alec Ross when he says that it's not only a problem of fragmentation by languages. I mean, for me, it's not only the languages that are the issue. I mean, it's really a fragmentation in the different legal systems that we have in the 27. And I really consider that we need to have strong consumer protection by having the same rules in all the 27 member states and making sure that, as I explained again, we don't over-regulate. We are very conscious on this. We use what is already existing. We enforce these rules and we act only if we see loopholes. But deregulation for me is no-go because I think we go exactly in the opposite direction of what Professor Enrico Letta was explaining in his report.
So you agree to disagree with Alec Ross? It's going to be a long, long night today. Pedro, I'm seeking a balance here. I think all of us are seeking a balance between free trade and closed borders. So in your informed view, what are the benefits of increased competitiveness for European consumers as opposed to, say, free global trade? So will increasing competitiveness mean bigger companies dominating the single market, and will that have a negative effect on consumer prices?
Thank you for the kind invitation to Euroconsumers. A very good organization that also promotes good dialogue and a great event organizer. And this event place is absolutely amazing. So thanks a lot for inviting me here today. I think sometimes, I mean, especially in the troubled times of the last months, let's say, and also heading to, after the elections in the United States, we tend to kind of mix up a bit competitiveness, global trade. So we kind of tend to put them one against the other. But I mean, at the end of the day, I mean, competitiveness is not a synonym of adding tariffs or blocking trade. I mean, it's the opposite. And Europe is one of the biggest if not the biggest champion of let's say, of global trade, a promoter of a multilateral-based, rules-based system. So at the end, we are not advocating for tariffs. I mean, this noise is coming from the other side of the Atlantic. And from Europe, what we are indeed trying to do is get our act straight. First, we'll need to get our act straight within our borders. So there is, of course, the whole discussion about how to increase competitiveness internally via, let's say, a strategy of simplification, also of let's say, investment, innovation, etc. So that's one thing. But also, there is one big, let's say, banner, which is our economic security, which again is not, let's say, opposite to global trade. So that's not the point. But is to come to terms with risks that we as Europe we face. in terms of value chains, the way that the value chains are still disrupted after COVID, so there's still some more improvement there. Also critical infrastructure, tech security, and also we see some weaponization of trade measures by other, even from our traditional trade partners. So there is this notion of economic security and this objective, this strategy that the Commission has presented not so long ago. And this will require also to develop and also to use some of the tools we have. But at the end, this is not about blocking trade. It's the opposite, is to promote global trade, because let's not forget that 1 out of 5 jobs in the EU is dependent on exports outside of the EU. So these 1 out of 5 are consumers, they are families. They also help generate more for the economy, more growth, more prosperity. So this, in a short, just a bit, a clarification that we cannot oppose these two things.
Thanks for sharing that, Pedro. Now, Georgia, I just heard from Alec Ross that ChatGPT will eat your lunch. I heard from another keynote speaker this morning, Marietje Schaake. She talked about a tech coup and that we need to save democracy from Silicon Valley. So I assume that, well, you are representing one of the tech giants in our panel. I assume I'm preaching to the converted when I say that European consumers want both digital innovation but also respect for their consumer data. So as a global company operating on the EU market, how will Google balance, say, the drive for innovation whilst also safeguarding what is sometimes called, and I try not to blink at Isabel here, the best consumer protection in the world? So can we have the best of both worlds?
So, 2 preliminary things. Thanks for the invitation. This has been a great forum and a great place. Second, try Gemini, okay? If you need to assess, if you want to use ChatGPT or Gemini, try Gemini, and then we will see who will eat lunch. This aside, I think is the wrong question, if you allow me. Or, let's say, the implicit answer or the rhetorical answer is the wrong one, because responsible innovation goes hand in hand with consumer protection, consumer data protection. So I don't see a conflict within the two if 2 conditions are fulfilled. First, that regulation is good regulation, and we heard Alec right now, Alec was not praising for not having regulation, or that's how I understood it. What I think is that regulation needs to be a regulation that allows innovation and therefore think at the long-term benefit of the consumer. And let me give you an example, okay? Let's imagine that we have a regulation that expands the idea of personal data and does not allow, therefore, to train large language model. This could look in the very short term as something potentially positive for consumers. In the medium and long term means that Europe will not be able to develop large language models because they cannot be trained on European data. And this is not just very bad for competitiveness, but it's very bad for consumers because, first of all, competitiveness or a more competitive Europe means that consumers will have social welfare, but also because products will not arrive or will not be available for European citizens. So, first of all, regulation and innovation are compatible if you talk about a good regulation. Second point is that a responsible innovation, because again here, it's not just innovation, it's the responsible innovation, so an innovation that takes into account, of course, consumer protection, consumer rights, needs to do 2 things. And again, I don't want to quote Alec, but innovation or AI or generative AI, in my view, is good or is interesting because it enhances what we can do, not because it substitutes me with the machine or vice versa. And so, or give me more possibility, more product. I give you a very stupid example, but I use it every time. That is the eco-routing. If you go to Maps, you know, that today you can decide to go the fastest way, but you can also decide to choose what is the most environmental friendly way to go from A to B. All right? And this is because there was a responsible innovation. There was an innovation that eliminates tons of well, 200 actually million cubes of CO2. But again, why is it responsible? Because you need to give the user, the consumer in this case, the choice to say, I don't want my data to be used for that. And the same is if they use Gmail or if they use whatever other product. So transparency, explaining consumer what is happening and telling them, you can set opt-out by default. I don't want to have any personalized ads, okay? I want to have ads of soccer shoes. I don't give a damn, of course, about soccer shoes, but I prefer to have non-personalized ads. You need to tell them how to do that. This is, I think, an example of innovation, yes, but a responsible one.
Those are very rich examples. Thanks for bringing this to our attention, Georgia. I'm turning to you now, James, because e-commerce in Europe is calling for a level playing field, meaning equal treatment and enforcement of all marketplaces that are targeting the EU. I heard Alec Ross also saying, and I would like you to answer as well, whether you feel that you have a backpack filled with stones before you even need to enter the pitch. But how can we make sure that this level playing field, it's not only focused on, say, Chinese web shops while turning a blind eye on others? So what would be required, according to you, to have a real, a genuine, a true level playing field?
So I think there's a number of, hi everyone, and thanks for this excellent forum and the question. I think there are a number of dimensions to level playing field. One is giving everyone a chance to compete. So that means having the smart, right rules. The second is having one marketplace, and we're talking about not one company, but one European single marketplace, because then when you have one set of rules, you give everyone a much better chance, but you also give enforcement agencies who have consumers' interests at heart, whether that's keeping them safe from defective products or from fraudulent products, the ability to supervise in an efficient way. The other one, and the number one comes up a lot here because it's about keeping things simple, the other number one is remembering that you want one set of rules, not just per country, but by type of actor. What do I mean by that? If we look at retailing today, and all of you will be shopping somewhere, whatever your preferences are, online, offline, about 80% of shopping is offline. About 20% of shopping is online. Ticked up a little bit during the pandemic, went down a little bit, but it's broadly that. There's a very, very, very long way to go. So I think one of the other things we need to do is not forget the level playing field with traditional brick and mortar retail at the same time. So yes, it's extremely important that we focus on all the channels, online, offline, marketplaces. Yes, it matters that we make sure everyone is playing by the same rules, no matter whether they're intra-European commerce, very local commerce, internationalized commerce coming across borders, absolutely. But consumers need a simple set of rules. They need to know they've got the same protections everywhere they go. Imagine a scenario when a consumer walks into a shop in the high street in Brussels and buys a product and then wants to buy the same product, or their brother or sister wants to buy the same product in the online shop of the same brand, and there's a different set of rules. That doesn't make sense for the consumer, in my view, and it certainly doesn't make sense for the business. The business would have to follow two sets of rules. So there are some very straightforward principles we should keep in mind when we're thinking about being competitive. That's making sure consumers are protected everywhere and making sure there's one set of rules for consumers to follow and businesses.
One set of rules regardless of the channel where you
Correct.
buy products. I hear what you're saying, James. Irene, you have chaired the Committee on Economic and Monetary Affairs for a number of years, so for sure Europe needs a stronger industrial policy. But if I read the Draghi report, this will require massive investments. So the obvious question reads, and I also heard this from both our keynote speakers this afternoon, when it comes to venture capital and capital altogether in Europe in investing in startups and scale-ups, where will we get all of that money? And if I listen to our keynote speakers, and honestly, if I also compare, say, stock markets and economic indicators in the US and in Europe, I feel compelled to ask you, what is missing to make Europe more attractive and more investment friendly?
Okay, so thank you for, can you hear me? Yeah. Asking a question that too many people in the European institutions forget about. Because in these months, I've heard so many colleagues from all different political groups quoting the Draghi report, the Letta report, and you know how much we could do, and less regulation, and more integration, and more investments, and more in defense, more for energy, more for the industrial plan, more for safety, blah blah blah. But nobody asked the question: where do we get this money from? And of course, there are things that we can try to do even without money. Of course, trying to have a more harmonized legislation, or to cut some red tape. These are all things that apparently are low-hanging fruit. I say apparently because, I've done dozens of negotiations while I was a chair of the Econ Committee. And despite all the, lip service that all the ministers pay to Capital Markets Union, et cetera, when we go to real negotiations and trying to really create a Capital Market Union and harmonize legislation, then everyone has its own specificities that apparently cannot be harmonized and need to be preserved. And part of the problem of the backpack of the huge regulation is related to this. When we go and regulate, we have to find ways to have a minimum harmonization of 27 different systems. Each one of them needs special requirements, special articles dedicated to that, special ways to be integrated, and then when we finish with our regulation in Brussels, then there are 27 different ways to implement these things, and a lot of gold plating on everything that we do in Brussels. So it's just to say, it's not just about us. So this is a part of the problem, and we can solve it without money. But a lot of things need money. And the reason why, for example, European companies have a backpack because of the regulation, and the companies from the US or China don't have that backpack. It's not just about regulation. It's because companies in China, they have had access to a lot of state aid, which we don't have. And even the United States in the past few years have given a lot of subsidies through the IRA in the order of trillions of dollars. So let's face it, we need the money. So where we can get it from? For sure, we need to find ways to attract and mobilize private capital, and Capital Markets Union is the tool through which we should find ways to channel private savings. We have so many savings. We are the masters of savings in the European Union, and we always talk about we should find ways to channel these savings towards more productive, real economy kind of investments. And the Draghi report, and many we have worked on this for years and years. So we could spend the whole weekend quoting the sorts of things we could do to spur the Capital Markets Union. But it's not so easy as it seems. And even Commissioner Albuquerque, when she came in the hearing in the Econ Committee, she acknowledged the fact that we will not be able to mobilize all these trillion savings in just a few months. So it will take time, okay? Our strategic plan for CMU dates back to 14 or 15, maybe 15. We are still talking about it. So, maybe, no, I don't want to be pessimistic, but we can improve, but we cannot solve everything through Capital Markets Union. So we need also to mobilize public investments, okay? So what kind of public investments can we mobilize right now when we have the new Growth and Stability Pact rules into place? So if you see at all the structural budget plans that all the member states have sent to the Commission, in general, we have a restrictive fiscal stance. So just to talk very simply, member states are cutting on their deficits and debts. which is, they had to do it because they were very much indebted after the COVID, but all this cut in investments will not leave so much space to what is needed to cover all the priorities. So my answer is we need to start talking about some sort of fiscal capacity at the European level, decide which are the priorities in terms of industrial policies or, whatever. It could be electricity infrastructure, telecom infrastructure. We decide what our priorities are, and we decide that the European Union will take care of it, and we are all on board on this. But this will require a lot of political will, and I'm not sure we are there yet.
That's a very passionate plea, so thanks a lot for sharing that, Irene. Els, you are representing the voice of more than 1.5 million consumers in our panel. I think we all have a common goal here to move towards a stronger, more resilient Europe. In that vision, what do you see as the benefits, but maybe also as the risks for consumers?
Well, I'm not going to compliment on the good organization here like everyone else, but I do want to get something off my chest before we get started. I mean, for decades, global trade has offered so many benefits to consumers: more choice, more innovation, more competitive prices, and seeing it increasingly replaced by trade wars and tariffs, well, let's say it's not our everyday dream. Having that said, I mean, there's a silver lining in everything. I'm that kind of girl, glass half full. And for sure, it has given Europe an electroshock. Get your stuff together and step up your game. I would say long overdue, because we have been waiting for a more competitive Europe for a long time, regardless of any political or economic war. And you will have Euro consumers to support you on that, because a strong Europe is good for Europe's consumers. It can give them the security and the autonomy they need. It can give access to innovative, sustainable products and digital services. It can offer new investment opportunities. That is, if we do it right, and that will be the defining factor, because I can also see some risks from the consumer perspective. And let me maybe share quickly 4 of them. First of all, the lack of affordable, and I would even say affordable, sustainable products. And I think the example of the electric vehicles is a very striking one. We can put up tariffs, that's one thing, but what happens next? What then? I mean, will European car industry now finally produce the affordable green cars consumers have long been waiting for? And if they don't do it, how will we make them do it? And if you take into account that cost of living is still the #1 trouble in consumers' mind, and you combine this, you add this with the need to fight climate change, well, you have a perfect combo for a very first risk for consumers. And this brings me also to the second one. A pushback or a lack of competition. Competition is key to have, innovative markets with producing good products at good prices. If you don't have this competition coming from outside of Europe anymore, it's even more important to organize it in a good way inside Europe. And I have to say, the increasing call to go easy on mergers, for example, what we hear on telecom, it's not without risk, or at least we should, approach it with care. Being Belgium-based, I can tell you I have experienced firsthand what it means not to have competition in the telecom sector, and it's not good for consumers. Thirdly, there's also a risk of a pushback on consumer protection. Let's call a cat a cat. I mean, competitiveness is also used, to push back on regulation. I think we heard that here today. But I would like to say that I think it's an illusion that with less consumer protection, you will get a more resilient Europe. A more resilient Europe is not only about strong businesses, it's about a strong internal market. And for a strong internal market, you need strong consumers. And finally, maybe as a 4th point, we have touched upon it already, is there's a risk of, I would say, selective enforcement. There's an increasing call for enforcement and a level playing field, meaning that every company that operates on the European market, whether European or from a third country, should play by the same rules. This is so very true. But where it becomes risky is when it is used as an alibi to focus only on the ones outside of Europe and looking away from the very real problems that we also experience with the ones already operating on the European market. Enforcement, it should be about protection and not about protectionism. So, to wrap up and stay a little bit in the slang of this panel, an empowered Europe will not automatically lead to an improved market or vice versa. The way we do it, that will be defining whether we make it or break it. And the only way to make it, if you will have consumers around the table.
Crystal clear, a lot of food for thought. Thanks a lot for that, Els. Now that we've heard the voice of the consumers, I'd like to turn back to you, Isabel. Maybe before even handing you my next question, is there anything that you would like to respond to what we've already heard in this panel?
Yes. Yes, maybe. Yeah. So yes, I fully agree with you, Elsa, and with your vision and everything you do. I mean, with your consumers, I mean, it's amazing, and Testasha, fantastic. And I agree with your vision of the fact that we need indeed to have a strong enforcement, and that should be applicable to all the players that are already present in Europe, and that protection should not be protectionism. So fully agree with you. But in practice, what we see recently is that the amazing market shares gained by some e-commerce platforms coming from third countries, and especially China. So when you have limited resources to enforce, that's the reason why we focused and that we launched actions against Temu at the end of October and beginning of November on the CPC actions, because we need, to identify what is happening to the consumers, and what we see is 1 million of parcels arriving each day, and that really faces some and gives really some big issues concerning the safety of the product. So that's why we're focusing now on this at the moment.
I'd like to bounce one of those 4 items of Els back to you, and I think we've heard it more than once today, also in our panels, in our discussions. By far, the biggest concern of consumers and citizens these days is the rising cost of living. So with global trade under pressure and a call to go soft on mergers, how can Europe still ensure affordable and sustainable products for its citizens?
Yes, that's indeed. I mean, we're very aware of that, and you saw in the hearings on the different commissioners last month that there was really a strong concern about that. And it's true that for us, having affordable housing, also the prices that we saw, even now if the inflation is a bit more reasonable, we saw that the prices, especially on food products, were really enormous, and the increase was enormous. But then our concerns is that we need really to make sure that by ensuring more competitiveness, we manage really to have, through competition rules and through consumer protection, a possibility to give more to the consumers and to help them. So it's not only me, as responsible for consumer protection who can tackle that. It's all the colleagues who have really an angle to it. So the competition colleagues, the trade colleagues that could really help resolve this issue.
Thanks, Isabel. And I'd like to hear your thoughts on cost of living as well, Pedro. So when we call for a more resilient Europe, will EU industry also deliver for consumers? I mean, blocking out unfair competition from China and US is one thing, but how can we ensure European industry will now deliver on innovative, affordable and sustainable products and services for EU citizens? A penny for your thoughts.
No, I would first like to thank Els, because I think you made a fantastic case why tariffs are not the solution for everything. That sometimes they act like ibuprofen or paracetamol, so that they act a bit on the symptoms, on the pain, but actually they do not solve the real issues. So I think you made a great case, because you apply the tariffs, and now what? What do we do as Europe? How can we remain competitive or create products, etc., and provide solutions? So, I mean, for companies are also facing costs, of course, because energy prices are 3-4 times the ones that we see in the US on gas prices, for example. That's one of the examples. Then there's also difficulties to access raw materials, because we have countries but basically owning the whole value chain on certain raw materials, for example, for batteries. Then we have also the creation of rules that are not making the life easier. I mean, the due diligence that comes from DD Justice, I mean, of which we are, of course, supportive, but will add extra difficulties also in the supply chain, maybe make them resilient, but create difficulties as well on certain aspects. DG Justice has also worked on, or is still working on the EU. We are still trying to find a solution on the green claims. But we have to be careful not to go from fighting, let's say, misleading advertisement and greenwashing and going to the other extreme, which is green hushing, which is actually making companies afraid of actually promoting their sustainable products and services. So we need to also find the balance there. So a lot of compliance costs, etc. Infrastructure is falling apart in certain areas. So there's a multidisciplinary. I think you said it, Isabel, very well. There's a multidisciplinary way to tackle this. In the panel already, our illustrious MEP also mentioned state aid. We need to find capital. Of course, state aid will not solve every single problem, but this is a part that Business Europe supports very much. Of course, not exploding the state aid rules of the EU because they're very important, but trying to create synergies, clusters also between different member states, so not trying to encourage let's say, state aid-driven projects that involve more than one member state or industrial clusters. So there is ways of working still within the good rules that we have of state aid at the European level and work on that. Competition, mergers. You mentioned mergers. Of course, mergers, we don't really like this language of European champions. We don't like this type of language. I think this, but of course, we are facing strong competition. There are areas where we'll need to improve our merger rules on speediness, on analyzing the markets and the threats in terms of markets or potential threats in the future. So merger regulation needs to be addressed, but not a revolution, just a small adjustment. I think that would also solve it. So in a summary, so there's a multidisciplinary set of things that we will need for companies in Europe to be able to deliver more affordable products. And like Klaus, I'm also a glass half full.
Optimism as a moral duty. Thanks for adding that to the debate, Peter. I'd like to bounce that back to you, Irene. You just talked about the need for a strong industrial policy and, of course, the corresponding investments that will be required. Now, I'm hearing from Els, from Isabel, from Peter, I'm hearing legitimate concerns on the cost of living, which was, again, the greater common denominator in the Euro Consumer Survey as well. So it's on top of mind for all the consumers. So in the development of Europe's new industrial policy, what risks, what opportunities, or even responsibilities do you see for consumers who are currently struggling with the cost of living?
Yes, thank you. Again, this is something that's not much debated, because when we talk about new industrial policy, we all think about the great opportunity for the European industry. But in Europe, it's not just about industries, it's about citizens, it's about consumers. And so we want to make sure that it works for everybody, and our objective is the prosperity of the continent. And also, I don't have a clear, answer, because we still don't know exactly how this industrial policy will be designed and deployed, and it depends a lot on that. So I can tell you the risks that I see, depending, for example, if for industrial policy we mean something that is focused mostly on two tools, which is consolidation to make the industry, more competitive, the big players, the big champions on one hand, and on the other, protectionism and tariffs to protect our market from the subsidized product coming from other countries, I do see some risks. because we know that these tools may have negative impact on consumers and citizens. So this is something we have to monitor very carefully because, for example, if we want to pursue an industrial policy that supports consolidation, we need to make sure that this does not hamper competition as a tool to guarantee, a competitive environment in the sense of accessibility, low prices that are benefiting the consumers. So, like the other day, I was meeting with a bunch of, telecom operators, and of course, they were saying the same things that Letta was saying, and they said, because we are suffering, we are not as profitable, and in Europe, how much does it cost for the citizens to have 1 giga of data? It's 1 cent. I'm not even sure it is that, but anyway, that's what they say. In the US, it's $6. And they said almost like envying the US. And I said, well, I don't envy the US citizens because they pay, a few hundreds times more than I do the services. So let's try to find a way to support our industry, to support our investment, making sure that it's not just paid by the citizens. So there must be other ways to make sure that we do that. So I would like to find a way, consolidation, competitiveness does not mean less competition or having the citizens pay for that. And the second thing on the tariffs, for example, thinking about the automotive, we have had several players asking for increasing tariffs on Chinese electric vehicles because they are, of course, very cheap and they risk overwhelming and killing the European market, which is not up to speed with that kind of technologies. Our electric vehicles are extremely expensive. So we put some tariffs and we block the Chinese and we try to protect for a while our industry. Well, the result is that the European consumers do not have access to cheap electric vehicles, and we are not even supporting that much the industry because the car that our produces is so expensive that citizens don't buy it. So the market collapses. So let's be very careful, and let's manage the tools being, aware of all the potential risks. But of course, there are lots of opportunities. If by industrial policies we mean creating bigger scale for the producers, for the industry, broadening the demand, supporting, therefore, a drop in prices because you have a broader market, or we can leverage, harmonization and regulation, whatever. There are many ways we can support an industrial policy and the competitive on the industry without having the citizens to pay for it.
So there are opportunities as well. Thanks a lot. That's very pertinent, Irene. Georgia, in this panel, I want to seek insights into how consumer rights and consumer empowerment can improve the internal market for the better. So as the techie in my panel, tell me, what role can digital technology and technology companies in general play in boosting consumer empowerment and access to market and transparency? So how can tech companies support consumers being a vital and active part in a resilient Europe?
So thank you for the techie, because I'm the last techie at Google. So, I do the training on LLM and things like that, not to look the least techie in the company. So your question is how basically digital companies, but let's say digital empowers consumers.
Correct.
All right. Well, the first and most obvious answer is that digital per se has provided much more information to consumers, to users, much more transparency, much more access to a wide range of, let's call it generically content/information. This is a super strong empowerment because, of course, through information, then people can exert their right, etc., etc. I'm making a very generic assessment, of course, because then we know that there are other elements that go in the way of this. Then the second thing that we have seen, and we are seeing even more now in the AI, artificial intelligence era, is that AI can bring systemic benefit to consumers. Take the example of what is happening on health, or what is happening for sustainability. So I have really the honor of talking with people that are working at DeepMind. DeepMind is part of Google, and they do basically research. And they've done something that is called, well, basically AlphaFold. They are unfolding the proteins. That is something that took ages in the past. And doing this, they allow research to go much faster. So everything that is research for cancer, et cetera, is going to see an exponential acceleration. So, and this is also a benefit, of course, for all of us, for citizens. However, I think that two elements are important here to really empower citizens. The first one, we have already seen in the past, when the digital revolution, the first digital revolution arrived, how important was for people as well as for companies to really understand how to use to the best possible extent digital, not just doing basic things, but really use it for work, for any purpose they want, but in a more, let's say, professional way. And the same is for AI. So I think that first, the need for training and so for knowledge basically, of citizens about how to use AI is fundamental. And here is not the duty of the companies, it's not the duty of the government, it's not the duty of civil society, is a joint effort that needs to be made. And then the second thing that I find as a citizen is that we are talking about our future. I mean, when we talk about the digital of AI, we're not talking about something that is happening, in your garden. It's something that is really affecting us. So we talk a lot about the multi-stakeholder discussion, but I really would like to see even more a multi-stakeholder discussion, because this is affecting everyone. And so how to really improve this discussion, not just between the private companies and institutions, but really involving citizens is important. And that's why, and here I'm not being nice for being nice, but having, and you were referring to it before, having a conversation with Euroconsumer that represent the voice of citizens, of consumers, regarding the future of AI is fundamental. Otherwise, a pillar that is a critical pillar is going to be missing.
Message taken. Thanks a lot for that, Georgia. James, we are focusing here on European competitiveness and resilience. Now, needless to say, Amazon is a US-based company. You're operating worldwide and without boundaries. So how can global e-commerce still deliver to European consumers' needs and contribute to a more resilient Europe?
There are boundaries, to correct you. Some of them very well justified, even though some inside the single market we should work on. So to give you just a quick sense of hopefully many of you are customers or familiar with Amazon, but to give you a sense of the level of our operations in the European Union, we employ more or less approximately the same number of people in the EU as Siemens. So a very long-established industrial conglomerate, and that gives you a sense of the depth of our imprint here. Now, how do we contribute, and how do we think policymakers like Isabel and everyone in her shoes should think about the role of multinationals? Well, first, they should hold us to account, hold us to this level playing field. The same set of rules should apply to absolutely everybody. Second, we should have very high standards, whether that's about consumers or whether that's about the environment or whatever the policy field is, or security, which is an increasingly important part of the policy agenda. We can play as a company, and should play, a very significant part in several aspects of those. Competitiveness, I think it's obvious. Economic contribution. Since 2023, we've invested around 30 billion euros in the European Union alone. We're pretty bullish on the European Union. That's why we do this. But we want to keep being bullish, so the competitiveness agenda is important. Resilience, and I'm talking here about contributing to our security, but the ability to resolve very complex situations like disasters, also vital. We have a expertise to offer, particularly in the field of logistics. For example, during the pandemic, you may have had the unfortunate experience of being cooped up at home. many retailers, including Amazon, had to find a way of being resilient, keeping our employees safe, and keeping you provided for at home. It also means in terrible situations like we've seen in 2024, floods in Central Europe, floods in Valencia recently, we have logistics capability to offer. We do it with the I think, is it called DG ECPA, the part of the Commission which does humanitarian response. We have a permanent disaster relief hub near Dusseldorf. We are able to take frontline items which we store to the first responders in the front line, like the Red Cross or the civil response teams in Valencia or in Poland or in Czech Republic or wherever it happens to be. We have expertise to offer and we have a role to play, and we accept absolutely that we should play that role. The final thing I would say is we have an opportunity not only to serve here, but to give an opportunity to European innovators and engineers to take what they've done here globally. Let me take one really good example of this. If you've used the Amazon voice assistant Alexa, hopefully, first of all, you think it's better than the Google one, but I don't know, I'll leave that up to you who try it. But you may or may not know the original story of that, and innovation's complicated, but in about 2012, we bought a company in Gdansk in Poland called Ivona Software. And Ivona Software was a 50, 100-person software company at the time working on speech recognition and linguistics. And since we bought that, and that company is now part of Amazon, that development center in Gdansk has developed to around 1,000 engineers working on linguistics, working on processing of language. And the innovations of that development center in Gdansk are not only in Alexa, they're in Fire Sticks, a number of gadgets which will recognize your voice, and they're being used in Brazil. They're being used in Japan. They're being used in Australia. They're being used in the Middle East. They're being used all over the world. So part of the contribution is also taking European know-how and globalizing it because it's important.
Thanks for elucidating that, James. Els, I will wrap it up with you. What role do you see for consumers, and for Euro consumers for that matter, in the pursuit of a more resilient Europe? So what is your license to operate moving forward?
Well, I wasn't joking when I said that consumers need to be around the table. And I'm not just saying that because I represent a consumer organization and it will secure my job at least for a couple more years. But I do it because I believe that consumers are part or key for Europe's success story. Consumer policy boosts competition and vibrant markets. If consumers don't have the right information on what's available or not, or they are facing barriers to act upon it, well, then you get underperforming companies producing bad products and prices to the detriment of the good ones, the innovative ones. Consumer policy boosts innovation. I mean, if you are an innovative company and you want to invest, well, then you need to know that consumers will buy your products. And that's only possible when you have well-informed, well-protected consumers that make good choices and do not get ripped off. And also consumer enforcement will expose, the bad practices, the fake products, and the rogue traders. And if I haven't convinced you yet, I hope I have done it now. A strong industrial policy will not happen if we don't have a strong consumer policy as an industrial asset. Without strong consumers, no strong internal market. Without strong internal market, no competitive and no resilient Europe. And when I say consumers need to have a seat at the table, that means Euro consumers need to have a seat at the table. So yes, we will, together with Beuk, make sure that consumer policy is part of the success story. We will enforce whenever it's needed to ensure a fair market. But we always will be there as well to seek solutions together. I mean, everything is so very polarized, so very black and white nowadays. We see it with our world leaders. We see it, unfortunately, also in the European Parliament. We see it between stakeholders. Guys, this is not a bar fight. Consumers care about innovation. They care about strong businesses. Please care as well about consumers' take on things and the role they need to play in a competitive Europe. This is not a one-man job. And on the risk of sounding very cheesy, I mean, it will only work if we join forces. And at least Euro consumers will continue at least trying to be a little bit the glue in all of it then.
It may sound cheesy, but I think you're spot on, so thanks a lot for adding that, Els. Thanks a lot to all of my panel members for sharing their insights and perspectives on how to shape a competitive and a resilient EU market that serves both Europe's businesses and European citizens. I have a couple of minutes left on my clock here, so I propose to wrap up our discussions by going around this panel one more time with a very quick question. It's a quick question that actually takes the form of a rather cunning dilemma, if I may. Now, not to worry, there are no wrong answers here, but it's just to spice up our evening that I'd like to hand to all of you such a rather cunning dilemma. Isabel, would you like to go first?
She has no choice. No choice.
You have no choice.
No choice.
Perhaps it's too early to call here, but I'm going to ask it nonetheless. Didier Reinders or Michael McGrath?
Oh, no.
Well, given the political context, there's a respect of right of presumption of innocence.
Yeah.
But the future is Commissioner McGrath.
Thanks for that. Pedro, I have a similar hell or high water dilemma for you. Are you ready? Here it comes. Which wheels do you prefer? Tesla or BYD? BYD or Tesla? No, the wheel.
Can I borrow that answer? Because I actually ride the bicycle everywhere.
So you go for the bicycle?
I go for the bicycle, the electric bicycle. It's easier in Brussels.
Wonderful. James, as one of the EU policy directors of a leading e-commerce player in the world, may I know, on the record, Temi or Shine?
Amazon.
Wonderful. Georgia, my thorny question for you, whilst I am reminding you that you are sitting next to James Waterworth. Elon Musk or Jeff Bezos?
Oh my God. I don't know. Well, Elon Musk. Elon Musk, because he can really think big. Let's see what he does in this new job, but he can really think big.
Okay, thank you. And now I come to you, Irene. I can see that you're already eager to answer, so my thorny
That's on the question, yeah.
My thorny question for you. I've read them both, and I must admit the jury is still out. So let me ask you, Mario Draghi or Enrico Letta?
No, you can't ask me this. No,
you can have if you want to Musk or Bezos.
No. I mean, they are really complementary, and it's impossible to choose. And Mario Monti, Romano Prodi, yeah. No, I think that I can't choose because I just hope that they would listen at least to one of them or half of them. You would be already something.
Yeah. And then Els, my final dilemma is for you, but you can also call the Fifth Amendment if you like. Augustin Reyna or Monique Gooyens?
Oh my God, that's like Sophie's choice. Well, let's say I love both of them, but I'm very happy to have Augustin by my side for the next 5 years.
That's absolutely wonderful. May I have a warm round of applause for my panel, please? And then we are almost at the end of our 2024 Euro Consumers Forum. Now, before going to the closing session or the wrap-up session and the closing address, I do have a confession to make myself. So we finally brought the Euro Consumers Forum to Brussels, to Belgium, which is my home country. And you've seen that the theme was embedded in comics. And so I must confess, I grew up amidst comics myself. The Jommekes, the Siskes and Wiskes, the Neros, the Looky Lookes of this world. And I'd like to draw your attention to one very particular creative creature that looks a little bit like Professor Gobelin. So it's a pure brain, but he tends to be a little bit confused every once in a while. And this creature seems to abide by the laws of quantum mechanics, the very laws of quantum physics that have been discussed here during the conferences that Ernest Solvay has organized. When I'm talking about quantum mechanics and this creative creature, it means that if you know exactly where he is, you have no idea what he's talking about. And the closer you get, the more absurd it becomes. And so you will see that if you move closer and closer, you start recognizing this is not Professor Gobelijn. This creature looks more like the Grand Schtroumpf, the big Smurf, if you like. He has a wide beard and a head full of ideas. And just when you think that you figured him out, the picture starts moving and you start recognizing, I'm no longer looking at a picture here, I'm seeing a movie. You're seeing a modern version of Peter Pan. This is a big boy that refused to grow up and that can actually fly because he truly believes that he can. And I think, ladies and gentlemen, that deep down, all of us want to be just a little bit like him. And I appreciate we're in this sacred venue, the Bibliothèque Solvay, but still, may I invite all of you to please tear the roof down for our creative director of the Euroconsumers Forum, Enrique Lian, ladies and gentlemen. And having paid that tribute, I would like to hand the stage for our closing session, as we always do, to one of the founding fathers of our Euroconsumers Forum, the Director of Public Affairs and Media, Marco Pierani.
Thank you. I think I have to thank you before, if you escape now. So thank you very much also to guide us during this long day. Maybe I can speak here. Yes? Do you hear? Yes, okay. I will try to be short, but there are many input that you gave and not all in the same line. So I have noted some things and I will try to be quick because the day was long. First of all, I noted on, well, I was saying Twitter, we should say X now, that there was a post saying the Brussels bubble has finally gone mad. And I take it as a sort of badge of honor because I think it's, we produced a lively debate, and I think it's good to have this debate in this moment. As we wrap up, as I will try to wrap up this 2024 Euroconsumer Forum, I want to echo what my CEO was saying. Is Antonio here? I have a light. Antonio, listen. Okay, I speak under your control. I want to echo what he was saying today at the beginning to set the start. He urged us to go beyond simply referring on the mirrored challenges that Euroconsumers, speaking about our organization, is our annual event, and the European Union are facing. We must, and when I say we, probably both Euroconsumer and also the European Union, we must act boldly, guided by trust and strengthened through collaboration. This is common. And both Euroconsumer and the EU need to adapt, innovate, and rebuild trust with the people they serve. We serve our members firstly, but we serve all the consumers, and I believe the European Union serves all of us as citizens, and I don't make a big distinction between consumer and citizens. So we are at a critical crossroad a defining moment for the future. We need to watch into the future. We cannot afford to linger on past glories. We have to stop looking in the rear way mirror. We need to focus, and we must build the next future, possibly as much as possible together. In this light, we must stop, and I come to consumer protection because we have reflected about consumer protection today. We must stop seeing consumer protection as a passive safeguard at best, or as a barrier to economic growth at worst. It's an industrial asset, one of the most powerful we have in Europe. I do believe we have to build on this concept, and probably it's easy for us as Euro consumer because we represent those interests, but I believe I would like to invite all the stakeholders to think about this concept. Transform consumer protection as an industrial asset for relaunching the economy of Europe. Consumer protection full trust drives competition and anchor innovation. But let's be clear, rights without functioning markets risk being meaningless. And markets that fail to empower consumers cannot deliver the innovation and competitiveness that Europe needs to thrive. So true innovation demands accessibility. It doesn't serve the many. The innovation that doesn't serve the many, it's not innovation. It's exclusion. This is what I take from the keynote of Marietje Schaake today about democracy and the democracy at risk, as in the way that she described. While regulation is crucial, it's not enough. The future of markets also depends, and especially the future of the internal market here in Europe, depends on strategic collaboration between key stakeholders. So, for sure, policymakers, businesses, and civil society, like organizations like Euro consumers. This is especially important once regulation is approved, finding effective ways to implement it in the internal market. But let's be honest, many problems could be solved before even reaching regulation if we leverage common recognition and collaboration among key stakeholders across Europe. Consumers are central in this collaboration that I am trying to describe for the next future. It's a generative collaboration. It's not generative AI in this case. Maybe we can use also AI to try to build on that, but it's a generative collaboration. So consumers are central to this because without an active demand side, we cannot claim to have a real functioning market. Together, we must create a system where fairness, innovation reinforce one another. We have heard from Isabelle Perignon that also enforcement is key, and it will be key to have an harmonizing enforcement in the internal market. In our battle, we have found many examples where, unfortunately, the same case was not handled at the same level in the same countries. And there are cases that are pending for more than 10 years, and in other, the same jurisdiction where those business sold the same things, they have treated in a different way. So harmonized enforcement is key in order to consider this an internal unique market. The EU faces monumental challenges ahead. And we have clearly heard this from Alec Ross. I don't know if he's still around. I really appreciate your provocation and your being straight in describing the challenge that we have ahead. A global, and then I also want to mention here Stefano Quintarelli, a big friend of Euroconsumers, when he say, stop complaining, start doing things. That's exactly what we need to do, and as much as possible together. So the EU is facing monumental challenges, as I was saying, a global competitiveness battle that will define its place in the world. Among many relevant stakeholders, Euroconsumers want to do its own part in this game to ensure Europe will succeed. We are happy to be back here, and we will stay well positioned here in the Brussels bubble. We will champion empower consumer as one of the main driver force for a fair and dynamic market. I will almost close. I hope you leave here after this long day. Of course, with some inspiration. Of course, each of us will have its own specific battles. Each of us as a person, or each of us as representing some interest. And we must, of course, remain loyal to the needs of our constituencies. And the core principle of independence should be kept. But we also need to feel the overarching common challenge. History is running again. We need to wake up. History is really running again, and we need to face this in a collaborative approach here in Europe in order to be part of this game. And so this is a call to a common action as much as possible, maintaining, of course, each of us very clearly precise, representing our interests. But we need to find a common move ahead, watching ahead and not watching backward. I have heard today different positions, and this is fair. At certain moment we need to deliver, and we need to deliver very quickly, because we will instead otherwise lose the benefit that we have experienced until now in this continent. I don't want to deliver to my children a world that is worse than what I have experienced. I am almost an old man, and I am an Erasmus. I was young, and we had an image of Europe. We need to go back in this path. So this is just to thank all of you, also because still I would love to make a picture. You are still a lot around, many around here. I want to thank the sponsors of this event, Google, Amazon, and Ferrero, that render possible to have to make possible that Enrique Lian unleash his creativity because this is also requires some means. And I mean, to have this also direct and open debate, we like to have real debates. So open speech and being possible to confrontation is also something that we love. And we respect different point of view. So this is the way to build on and move forward. So I thank Enrique already. I want to thank also this event this year has been organized by Euroconsumer together with its national Belgium organization, Test Achat, Test and Coop. I want to thank Jean-Philippe that organized the vertical panel today, but I thank you, and with you I thank all Test Achat for the support. I want to thank also the person of my team that, but I will not name them all, so Els Brueggemann and Marco Cialdone sit near in the front row, and Luisa Crisi Giovanni, I don't know, probably she got already a flight that organized the 3 other verticals. I want to, I think there is a long list of many other persons that I had to thank, and I will not do. I think in the last years, we have made this Euroconsumer Forum turning in different, in the countries where we are present. So I believe there is a good candidate for next year to be in Madrid, where our local organization, OCU, will have the 50 years, the anniversary. But I want to, maybe we will double the Euroconsumer Forum next year, because I would like to be back here and continue to feed this debate, but maybe also to discuss something that is measurable, concrete, and tangible. Thank you all very much.
Mas com você eu fico muito mais feliz, mais desperto. Eu podia estar agora sem você, mas eu não quero. eu não quero. Por isso não